Welcome to America's Third Party, everybody, and Freedom Friday. Hi, I'm David Sponheim. We have a lot of people becoming more and more aware of the plan by the elitists around the world who are just like the kings and queens and monarchs of the past, trying to get rid of people, trying to exploit people. And now that the computers are turning into robots, it's just a matter of time before they really want to implement their depopulation plan. So we have a very short window of opportunity to build this third party here and challenge the two-party system in the strongest nation in the world, America. Once we do that and we win, we then pull the leg out from under one of the big table that the New World Order is resting their hopes and dreams of global domination on. You pull a leg out of a table, it's going to fall over. Truly. So we will topple the New World Order once we take charge of America as a nation and take care of our problems, not meddle in other countries' affairs. Now, you probably realize or recognize that my intelligence is double of what Donald Trump's is, simply by talking to me, listening to me, and hearing me communicate with you every night for the past 9 years, going on 9 years. It's amazing. And no person in the country or in the world has done this consistently every day. With over 9,000 hours of broadcasting under my belt now, it's amazing. We've got so many people interjecting their ideas into the show, and I bring it in because I read 6,000 words a minute. And I could easily handle 4 chat rooms rolling along at a really fast clip and pull all the kernels of wisdom from every one of them. But unfortunately, I don't have that ability because I've been censored on the very network which we had to move to when the government bought up Blog TV, which we were on for 4 years and had over 1 million viewers then. And when they bought up Blog TV disappeared. It fell into the channel YouNow we now look at. YouNow is a joke. It's nothing like Blog TV was. Vaughn, similarly, is a joke too because its coding is rudimentary and very simplistic. There's no co-hosting feature like he promised. There's no minimized package for people to watch us on a tablet. We really would love to find another chat room to broadcast on, but whenever I move over to another chat room, the censorship by the government takes over. And then we found out that Echelon is actually stopping and IP banning people that come into other chat rooms. So yes, Mark has been censoring me for a long time. He's making lots of money doing it. He makes $75,000 a month, according to some people. No, I made the Rolling Stone as not an accomplishment. I made the Rolling Stone because they libeled me. And I'm going to process this as a libel case. I'm in the process of finding a civil rights attorney and a libel attorney, and we'll see if we can move forward on this one, because Rolling Stone claimed that I was a bizarre fringe candidate. I'm a person delivering solid ideas every day to the American people. Ideas so great that Donald Trump scraped 10 of them just to win the election. And then he still won't implement the ideas that I put out. He just wanted to win the election. The New World Order wanted Trump to become president. You people really believe that Trump is anti-establishment? That's ridiculous. I have proof right here that Trump has flipped on globalism. You know, in the campaign, he said that we will no longer surrender America or its people to the false song of globalism. Yeah. But now he's reversed. Despite claiming during elections that globalists are the biggest problems, that he'll do anything to stop him. Now today in an interview with the Wall Street Journal, Donald Trump claimed he's a proud globalist himself. This is a quote from the Wall Street Journal. I'm gonna blow it up for you. You got the biggest liar ever when you picked Trump. I'm an honest man, but you got a liar right here. He says, I'm a nationalist and a globalist, he said. He told the Wall Street Journal. I'm both. And I'm the only one who makes the decision. Believe me. So you got a globalist for a president. You're not fighting the New World Order. The New World Order absorbed Donald Trump and basically bought him. He's controllable. Because he has $2.4 billion in debt means that he's manipulatable. No, these aren't good ideas that he's running around because he doesn't know how to implement them. The ideas that I came up with in his hands are hollow and empty, and he won't ever implement them. So this is a really interesting scenario. The American people have been led to believe that words matter when in fact actions matter. Actions speak louder than words. You probably heard your dad say that. Here's the largest caterpillar ever. Wow.
Alright, so look what we found in our yard today. It is the hickory horn devil.
Wow.
Apparently he's very rare, and he is the largest caterpillar in North America.
No
so
kidding.
We're down here in Alabama. We're not in like the rainforest or anything. Well, she was brave enough to put it on her hand.
That's amazing.
So yeah, he's pretty big and scary looking, but apparently he is harmless. But
Okay.
let's get a good look at him. There he is.
Well, I'm just wondering, is he edible? Because he looks like dinner.
There's his horns. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the tip. Knowing that Alabama has caterpillars that big may affect the travel industry and tourism there. No, you supporter, you Trump tards are lost. You don't even know why you voted for Trump. You somehow think that he was going to he was going to stop the New World Order. What a bunch of idiots. And then I frequently say the only way to stop a New World Order is a third party. And then I get these Trump tards saying, well, Trump is a third party. I've been building this party for 8 years, 9 years now. And you have the audacity to say that Trump is a third party. It's just unbelievable. No, I don't. I don't smoke weed ever. I vape it. Yeah, it's much better when you don't get the resins that clog up your lungs, you know. David, I'll pay $300 for you to end the stream and go take Sarah out. I don't take bribes. And I would never end the stream, and I took Sarah out today. Yeah, we both went out. We tend to save money by going to lunch buffets as opposed to dinner buffets. Typical lunch buffet will be anywhere from $10 to $15, whereas a dinner buffet in our area is $26. No, I do not smoke weed every day. I said no. I vape. Trump didn't have a quick success to become POTUS. Trump used my ideas and all the free media access the Illuminati could give him. He sucked up to all the people that he has loans with, the Federal Reserve and the World Bank. He has a deal with Deutsche Bank and the Russian mobsters, and he basically did whatever they told him to do. And here he is. The president shouldn't acquire that position by sucking up to those kinds of people. Never should a president equivocate and cave in on certain issues that are tantamount. It's tantamount to, you know, becoming an Illuminatist myself if I were to do that. What's going on, Prolapse, is our country is being dumbed down. We have been systematically turned into people that are almost frozen. And I'm not blaming any of you for being apathetic. For years I used to wonder, why is America apathetic? I'm not contradicting myself, no. Why is America apathetic? And the answer is we're being dumbed down. No, I don't have fluoride in my system. I don't drink fluoridated water. You do. 67% of the water in America is fluoridated. That means your sodas are fluoridated, that your orange juice is fluoridated, your beer is fluoridated. And I challenge anyone to find filtered water on a beer bottle. It doesn't exist. I've looked at every beer bottle on earth, and there's not one that says filtered water on it. So they put fluoride in your beer, okay? They're really making you into a bunch of beer tards. Oh, what's your dinner, honey? Okay, I'm going to turn on the show. Hey, you get a carton of cigarettes? I'm out. That's the standard dialogue going on right now. I'm beat, man. I've been working my butt off. Oh, we paid 3 bills last week. I can't afford another bill. America is struggling, okay? I'm not making fun of people. I'm saying people are struggling to keep up. That's the way the New World Order wants us. They want us all to be riding the hamster wheel of life. Well, if you're smart, you get out of debt early in life and you never get into debt, and that's what I did, and that's how I was able to retire at the age of 50. But apparently not everyone has that mental acuity to say, hey, I don't want to be, getting calls from debt collectors or have to bust my butt to put food on the table. Yeah, the GDP report shows the U.S. economy is off to a slow start. The consumers pulled back sharply on spending in early 2017, yeah, for a good reason. They're running out of money. It's just crazy. Our country is like careening into a hole, and this Trump idiot has no clue as to what he's doing. I'll ban you anytime I want. My ideas were stolen by Trump, and he doesn't know how to implement them. That's what I said. New World Order in the court, a dispatch from the Alex Jones trial. We're going to touch down on Alex Jones here. By the way, it was recently admitted that Alex Jones is not the real Alex Jones, which begs the question, what happened to the real Alex Jones? But the New World Order in the court, a dispatch of the Alex Jones trial. Yeah, this guy on the left is the real Alex Jones, and he's gone. He's been removed. We don't know what happened to him. Very strange. Yeah. Courtrooms are the place where you find truth. We know that from many of the fine movies, blah, 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 blah. On Thursday, 4 days into the brain-melting trial, the lawyer of Kelly Jones, Alex's ex-wife, produces a personal ad from a woman named Anja, later in the ad spelled repeatedly as Ajna, the name of the third eye chakra. So who knows? Who describes herself as a sensuous, sophisticated, and intelligent companion for hotel room service? The ad hints strongly and at some length that the woman is an escort. The lawyer says the ad was written by Jones' current wife many years ago. Jones pushed back forcefully. The ad is not from his wife, who was never an escort. Jones had conducted a forensic investigation on his wife's past, which had debunked this line. She had been the victim of an identity theft stemming from a home break-in. Who knows? No one found truth in the 419th District Court Judge Orlinda Naranjo this month. Okay. The Statesman article related the Jones legal team was arguing that he was a performance artist, and that his outlandish personal public persona should not be taken as evidence of his mental stability or his ability to care for his children. You know, I totally agree with that. And in defense of Alex Jones, not that I'm standing in defense of him, but I mean, no man should be judged on their performance on a show. But if he's performing, where's the real Alex Jones? I mean, that's a serious question. If we don't find out where the real Alex Jones is, then somebody was murdered. Yeah. I'll tell you, I've turned failure into a success. Nobody can say that they're a greater success than I am at being a failure. Yeah. Because I've turned average America upside down by going out of my way and reaching the world and telling everyone that the American people do not agree with what's going on in our government. We do not condone this warlike activity of Donald Trump. We don't like the fact that he dropped a bomb on Yemenis and killed 30 people and didn't even mention it. One was an 8-year-old girl. He sent a Moab over to Afghanistan, killed nearly 100 men, Taliban. And in response to that, the Taliban came back and attacked Afghan army soldiers. 140 just died last week, all because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the reason why 140 Afghan soldiers died last week. I would love to see a woman president. I'd like to see another African American president that isn't, prepped by the CIA and completely fake and not a homosexual Muslim pretending to be a straight Christian. I mean, I would love to see a lot of different people come into the field of politics. Seriously. This show is greater than you could even imagine, simply because we have so many viewers. The fact that you are the only ones in here who can talk, you know how many people would love to get in here and ask real credible questions and not just, this is lame, you've been doing this for 8 years and you see no action. I am censored on this network by Mark Vaughn. We know that to be a fact, okay? I have millions of viewers around the world on UHF. No one could have ever done this for free. I've done this for free, okay? I didn't pay anybody to do this. It was 8 years, 9 years, going on 9 years of solid hard work every day without skipping a beat. 4 to 5 hours of live chat every day and 5 hours of additional chat into the evening watching movies. I don't know anybody who's accomplished this much for nothing. Name one person who's ever made it to the top for free. unless they were handed to it on a silver platter, like Donald Trump. Donald Trump has an entire life handed to him on a silver platter. Now, 489, I just want you to know that your numbers don't even pop up anymore. Because the numbers are being, he even covered, look at this, he removed the URL of the number of people watching on UHF. Look at that. He's made it so that people can't even put the number of people watching us in a guest chat message. Did you see that? What evidence do I have of Mark censoring us? We have evidence that he has bought a boat. He himself admitted he has a new car and a new truck that he bought. He himself admitted that. We have evidence he's buying a new home, but it's circumstantial, it's just hearsay. Yeah. Made a couple million, if not more, on this effort to censor me. Okay, the Democrats are adopting another effort to create gun control. Let's see what this is. Is this... The buyback program would be great if we had money to spend, but we don't have money to spend anymore. I mean, the government's really wasting money left and right. We can't buy guns back, but the Democrats have come up with a creative way of selectively confiscating guns from certain residents. And several Second Amendment watchdogs say the strategy could soon be coming to a state near you. A state legislator from Manhattan has introduced a bill that would nullify gun rights for those convicted of hate crimes, even those involving nonviolent misdemeanor offenses. Whoa. New York would become the 7th state to implement such a law, defining a hate crime as a criminal offense against a person or property motivated in whole or in part by offenders' bias against a race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, ethnicity, gender, or gender identity. Anybody who tries to take away guns from Americans is violating our Constitution. Dr. Meow, there's a sensor that they can detect how many UHF viewers are picking up the signal. It's like radar. I don't know the science behind it, but they can figure it out. It's a ping system. I'm surprised Mark hasn't trolled Dave by disabling the mute ban button. Well, you know, if he tries to do that, it would be a big mistake, because then I would definitely go to another channel, and that would be what they don't want. They don't want me to move to another channel. They want me to stay here so they can keep me under their control, keep their finger on me. So if you're one of those people that believe that our country is headed toward a martial law eventually, you're right, it is. And Donald Trump, the globalist that he is now, and he admits to being a globalist, is definitely headed toward implementing the plan of the global elitists. I can't wait to get this new computer hooked up. We just got it. And it looks exciting. It really does. It looks like we'll have an opportunity to do something. Yeah, if Mark got a huge tax return, that means he's declaring a tremendous amount of income. Yep. How ironic is the word? It's just a clear indication that he's obviously making more than... You know, how many of you people have a VIP basic account? Anybody? Where that doesn't show the VIP on the list, but you have a VIP basic account? Anybody? You're paying $9.95 a month to Mark, and just hit 1 if you're getting that. Have you considered sticking your head up your ass and whistling Dixie? There you go. Try that. Good to see you too tonight. Thank you. Oh, I wish I was in the land of... Yep. Well, nobody has it, and you can see by the simple sampling of just the chatters here. Nobody has it, so Mark's lying about the 318,000 VIP basic accounts he has, meaning he has a false premise to sell his operation. If he were to sell his network, claiming he has 318,000 VIP basic accounts, and they don't have an address on any one of those accounts, that's considered fraud. He could go to jail for that, misleading a customer who wants to buy his account, thinking that he's going to sell out. So basically, Mark Vaughn is trapped, because if he were to try to sell this with this BS story that he's got all these accounts, nobody would buy it. Nobody wants to buy something where the sole source of revenue is from the government censoring somebody. Ty is very patriotic. Thank you, Explorers. Mark inferred he had 318,000 VIP basic accounts. So you're ragging on Japan with their smoking problems? Okay. Let me see if I can get that up. I missed that. Jeez. What a joke. You got to be pretty fast to catch up with that, I'll tell you. Well, he had a huge write-off, that's for sure, yeah. It probably was his capital losses from his vehicles. New boat and Rolex. Okay, your best not smoke Little Samurai. Let's take a look. You know, I'm going to stop that. I don't think anyone should hit a child. And it looks like somebody's hitting a child there. Yep. So disregard that link I just sent. It was very inappropriate. I couldn't believe it. You don't hit a child just because they want to put a cigarette in their mouth. It was some live leak that somebody sent me earlier. I just thought it was worth looking at, but I don't know. It wasn't something I was... Edgy humor to see somebody kick a kid? What kind of people are you? Thank you. I would never, ever, in any way, admonish that behavior. Kicking children? I mean, seriously. It almost sounds like that audio clip from the alleged John Podesta tape of him hitting a child. Did you hear that? Alleged? Yeah. I don't know if you guys follow the Pizzagate story, but it's pretty interesting to see this audio clip sound just like John Podesta. Alleged, mind you. I have to say that because in no way am I claiming it's him, but he was telling a child, allegedly, that... Anyway. I'll play it for you. You can listen to it. It's been redacted so that the sound of the children screaming from the torture is not evident. All right? I don't want anyone to freak out. Here it is.
You think you're hot shit, don't you? You think you're hot shit, don't you? You think you're hot shit, don't you? You will call me. You will call me. You will call me. Say it.
Just get lost. Just get lost. Just get lost. Just get lost.
You think you're hot shit, don't you?
All right, I think it was a pretty close match. You know, I mean, I can do voices, and I can pretend like, you know, I have a voice like that, but... You think you're hot shit, don't you? Sounds kind of like it, you know. You think you're hot shit, don't you? Bottom line is, Mark makes tons of money on me. Yes, I will be celebrating the 25th anniversary of the LA riots. I did a voiceover narration of one of the videos about the LA riots back in the day. And it was a very interesting time. I was in the LA riots, in case you didn't know. I was stuck there in Los Angeles. I could have been Reginald Denny with a brick bashed through my face. I was down there in that same area at Florence Avenue 5 days before the LA riots occurred, where Reginald Denny had his face bashed in with a brick. Poor guy, yeah. He still has his face bashed in. But you know what's really interesting? Denny forgave his assailants. I would never have forgiven them. I don't have the capacity to forgive an assailant. Now you can always turn to God and find forgiveness there, but if the assailant isn't repentant, then I wouldn't forgive him. Yeah. Thank you, Monkey Balzer. Paddle camp, that's an irrelevant statement, but the reason, if you're using a composter like a Sunmar Envirolet, you want to make that crap really hot. You think you're hot shit, don't ya? Well, yeah, when you're composting it, that's what's... Mark says whatever he has to justify his evil. What he's doing is violating the RICO Act, conspiratorial action to stifle my free speech. He's violating fairness doctrine. He's violating all kinds of issues regarding offering equal access for all of his viewers and all of his streamers. He's treating me differently. He's open to a major lawsuit. But the question is, at this point, do I pursue that or do I keep moving toward the presidency? And I think the answer is very simple. I'm not going to sideline myself with Mark right now. Yeah, I heard Dark 2822 says the NSA is going to stop collecting American emails, texts about foreign surveillance targets. Number one, that's stupid. That's exactly what the NSA is there for. And in no way it says that they're not going to collect your emails. So it's basically a ruse. It's a lie. The NSA is trying to deflect the reality that Vault 7 just revealed, the WikiLeaks reveal of Vault 7. Just revealed that the NSA has been collecting everybody's information. So this is a little too late, too little too late from the NSA. And it's a ruse. The one thing they should be doing would be collecting emails from people with international correspondence. That's their job. And they can't do their job. Warrantless wiretapping, though, should not go on. They should be seeking a FISA judge to sign off on this. And they haven't. George W. Bush, Obama, and now Donald Trump is ignoring this law, and nobody in our government seems to care. And what's even more concerning is that nobody in our government seems to be stopping this Russian connection to Donald Trump. No indictments have been filed against Donald Trump. Congress is sitting on their hands. The two parties are showing their lame duck nature right now. I don't have a personal issue with Mark. I consider him a fool for taking this money because this is going to cost him a serious amount of time in jail. I can't believe he'd fall for this. Doesn't he understand? Has he talked to an attorney? Doesn't he understand what he's doing is illegal? It just surprises me that he thinks this is okay. Thank you. Thanks for watching, 2.5 million. Thanks for spelling it out, too, because he'll block that. Well, I'm sure that the site will go down, but we won't. We'll go on. I didn't have a panic attack, and nobody ever saw him on the show. You've been removed. I can go anywhere. People will follow. I'm not worried about it. Shoppers turn Walmart self-checkout into a personal slot machine. Really? Interesting. They found a loophole around this self-checkout they have at Walmarts now. This is from ABC News, Channel 13. Loading. Raw surveillance video shows shoppers
flashing spills to gushing leaks, your floors are a battleground. But in the war against water, they have a new ally. Lumber Liquidators exclusive.
Yeah, as soon as this stops, I'll bring it in. Every time a commercial pops up, you got to just mute it. Okay, here's a shopper. They're scanning things, putting them in the basket. There's a personal slot machine going on here. Okay. It's like 4 minutes of a closed circuit camera, me watching somebody try to steal some money out of a register. I don't think this rates. So there must have been a glitch in the system and it just kept putting money in. Okay. And somebody walks right up to the register and buys something. She's taking money out of the register right now. It just keeps coming. Okay. She's stoking it away. She's super excited. She's filling her bag up full of coins right now at this point. Yeah. She's having the best day of her life at Walmart. Okay. I don't think this is relevant. Thank you. I would install AdBlock Plus if my computer wasn't hijacked with malware. We just got our new computer. It arrived today by FedEx, and we're going to be opening up the package and drooling over it, then hooking it up. Yes. By the way, a North Korea tests ballistic missile amid reports Pyongyang stating war imminent. Apparently, some of these missiles got off. One of them didn't make it, though. So our government announced that they didn't have any ability to launch a missile, but clearly they have ability to launch missiles. The undated file photo made available by the North Korean Central News Agency shows 4 projectiles during a ballistic rocket drilling of Hwasong artillery units of the Strategic Force of the Korean People's Army at an undisclosed location. Yep. So Trump would like you to believe that they don't have a decent missile, but we should still attack them anyway. When in fact, obviously these missiles got off. And South Korea is very concerned. Yeah, we don't even pay for cable TV 894. I don't like it. I don't know what stealthing is, Explorist. That's a new word I haven't really quite figured out. Hang on. Stealthing. Sexual assault. A trend called stealthing is on the rise. A disturbing new bedroom trend involving men secretly taking off their condoms during consensual sex and later bragging about it online. Whoa. I'll make a comment right now. Yeah, women, you need to be very sure that you're protected. They make female condoms too. That's just sick. A store audit found an employee accidentally placed the $20 bills in the $5 bill slot. Okay. Human error, DRK2. We will. Yes. Before we even sign online, we'll do a system restore. Thanks, Celebrity Apprentice. Chat room celebrity. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good point. And if they comes bundled with Norton, we want that off. Well, I think it's wrong for men to brag about their sexual conquests, but you've got to understand the psyche of the man involves bragging oftentimes, because men have such a weak ego that they constantly believe that, no, Sarah comes in for trivia every night to give me a break. But men constantly believe that somehow they're better than the other guy. And it's a common trait among the human species, along with other species, where men think that they are all so wonderful. That's why the silverback gorilla will stand out in front of all the other silverbacks and go, ooh, 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 like that. Now, I know I look a lot like Harambe, so many of you are concerned that I am a silverback gorilla. I am not. I just want to clarify that I'm in no way related to Harambe, although we do look very similar. Sorry, I had to do that. Trump's does suck, yeah. He totally sucks. Coco Ono. Oh no, Yoko. Well, I can tell you that Yoko Ono is amazing. She's doing a lot of things to help people. But thanks for offering that. I did not play center, no. I will not play the sound of Yoko singing. No, I will not. I'm not going to put you through that. Thank you, though. Did my black doctor sent me here? I will sign in and follow. Well, thank you. I'm glad your black doctor cares enough to send you to a white guy's show who talks about, integration. No, are you kidding? I've got so many enchiladas, I don't know what to do with it. I had to deal with my massive 7-pound can of Y2K refried beans, and I took 3 pounds of the refried beans and turned them into an enchilada dish on my cooking show. And if you want to check it out, I did upload it to www.youtube.com /David John Sponheim, Jon. Yes, check it out. It's out right now. How to turn $5 into a meal for 10 people. There's a problem with the situation in inner city America. Donald Trump is the last person who's going to solve it. Barack Obama did not do anything to solve it. And ironically, he's a black guy. And the violence that's going on in Chicago, for instance, there's 12 gunshots a day. There's 12 gunshots a day. 3 of which are dead. People die. 3.5 people die a day on average. 3.5. It's amazing. In Chicago, every day, 3.5 people die. All right, I'm going to step out. I'll be back. Thank you. Sarah is here to talk about interesting facts from cultural literacy.
Yes.
And she's going to give you a little time while I take a break, get some coffee, wake up.
Today's Friday, so it's Fine Art Friday. Thank you. Don't worry. Be happy. Thank you, 199. I know. I cut my hair. It looks even better than it did before. Hi, you. Yay, Fine Art Friday. All right. Some of these I think I've done before. Yeah, it kind of is auburn. It's like either auburn or chestnut. What happened to the haircut? I had like a foot longer, and I decided I need less hair, so it's good. Oh, to the cut hair, you mean? What happened to the hair that I cut off? I'm saving it so that's it. All right. It's in a box with my precious other things. All right, what is an ornamental band that runs around a building? They're usually on the exterior of a building and are often sculpted in bas relief. Hello, NYPD. Explorist is right. It's a frieze. Oh, hello, Ozarks. You doubled the number of people watching in the Ozarks. Now, how in the world do you count the people that are watching? That's just my question. I don't think you've quite explained it to me enough. I am keeping my hair safe. Exactly, Brexit. Oh, you were formerly an art history major. Ow, dirt. That's good. No, I'm not totally recovered. I still have like an ache right here. But for the most part, I would say I'm 75% recovered. I know, I was feeling tired and just weak last night. It was pretty crazy. Alright, new clue. What is an approach to architecture that adapts the design of a building or structure to its future use? Walter Gropius and Ludwig Mies van der Rohe were notable advocates of this in the 20th century. No, I'm not like that, 244. No, it's not futurism. Good guess, though. It's the key word in this hint was use. So I could take out the word future. 200 has it correct. And Explorist has it correct. Functionalism, which is basically usealism, reps. Use. So an approach, functionalism, an approach to architecture that adapts the design to its use. Yeah, I'm a woman and I always will be 244. Just so you know. Whereas, of course, Bruce wanted to be like me, so he became Caitlin. I know. I don't mean to be egotistical. I mean, Michael Jackson wanted to be like me, so he had plastic surgery. It's just, I'm already there, thanks to an awesome genetic pool. Luck of the draw, I guess. Alright, well, maybe. I don't know if this next question will be harder. But here's a new clue. Who was a 20th century Swedish-born American film actress who was celebrated for her classic beauty and her portrayals of moody characters? I know, 244. It's kind of crazy. This must be a tougher clue because you guys didn't get it right away. Oh, 200 has it. Except he put a P instead of an O. But I take it that's just a typo. In the movie Grand Hotel, she made the famous statement, "I want to be alone." She retired from the movies in the early 1940s and lived as a recluse until her death in 1990. Garbo. Greta Garbo, really? Yes. You're welcome, 200. Hello, Brexit. Yes, it's the Sarah Quiz Show. Yeah, she was a Swedish-born American film actress, at least according to this book. I'm going to cross my legs the other way. Maybe that will release some pressure on my back. Maybe. Alright, new clue. What is a sculpture depicting grotesque human shapes or evil spirits used in many buildings of the Middle Ages, most notably on Gothic cathedrals? 593 has it correct. Baccarat has it correct. 200 has it correct. Some gargoyles is the answer. Some gargoyles and thing with teeth has it correct. Analytics, you're counting analytics in the Ozarks. Okay, 754. I believe you. I just don't know how analytics are possible with UHF, but you're probably smarter than I am in that department, so I'll go with what you say. Well, mine too, Brexit. That's why I got this book, so that I can gain more general knowledge. Some gargoyles drained rainwater, sending it clear off the walls of the building, which is pretty cool. Gargoyles are angels of the first circle left behind to watch for Nephilims and other fallens, Dr. Meow says. Yes, indeed. Oh, only when you're here. It's awesome. 956. Well, I'll give you a new question. Not. I don't know. What topics do you find difficult? 9593. Well, actually, you haven't totally answered one of these, so maybe these are difficult. All right. Who was a 19th century French painter best known for his use of color and his paintings of Polynesian women? He abandoned his business career, family, and country to live and paint in Tahiti. My name is Sarah. Gauguin is correct. Explorers has it. Buckra has it. The Thing with Teeth has it. Paul Gauguin. Oh, you don't know names? I know, I'm not very good with names either. No, I'm good with your name. But that's because your name isn't full of numbers, 863. I think I'm saying his name wrong too. I think it's Gauguin, not Gauguin. Thank you. I don't think you told me that before, 244, since you didn't know my name until 2 seconds ago, so. I'm a little funny too. All right. Now I'm going to take a small break from trivia to show you some of Gauguin's paintings. I know I love mathematical questions. Oh. Oh, I should go down there. There we go. Here is Paul Gauguin. Hello, Dupster. How are you tonight? Kind of an impressionist, yeah. Yes. You can dream of me. It's so nice. Dreams are beautiful things. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sandley is for PEMDAS, but you need to know M and D are together, so is A and S. I'm doing pretty well. I had a little flu and my back is still hurting a little bit. Which one? All of these are Gauguin's. Order of Operations. Hey, that would be a good screen name. Probably true, Dr. Meow. All right, new clue. Who was a 20th century American composer known for putting elements of jazz into the forms of classical music, such as the concerto? His works include Rhapsody in Blue, An American in Paris, and the music to the opera Porgy and Bess. Correct, Explorers. Correct, 200. Correct, 593. I thought you said you didn't know names. You're good at that. Good job, Thing with Teeth. And you did spell it correctly with capitalization. I mean, Explorers spelled it correctly without capitalization, but you spelled it correctly with capitalization. So good job. Well, if you read, I read this other guy that created this book, E.D. Hirsch, and it's a cultural literacy, and it was like the first version, What Every American Needs to Know, written back in like 78, and it's all good, Explorers. Don't worry about it. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. The knowledge of knowing that you're awesome, 244. But anyway, he talks about how that's one of the things that we need in education is a like common knowledge to start discussions from. 154. Oh, thank you so much. You're so sweet. I guess it's a popcorn shirt. You mean like it's like puffy? Yeah, see, it's like puffy and crinkly, and then when you take it off, it like shrinks to a little kid's size. Yeah. I know. I have like the right body for it, right? It kind of hugs me and can see like where I've had a good meal today. And but yeah, it's pretty good. That's what the store called it. It's cool. I like them. They're kind of my style. There's these ones that yes, exactly, Dr. Meal. There's these ones that this one popular thing's going around called Lululemon. I think that's what it's called, but it's like these tights that are, I don't even know what they're made out of, but everyone's wearing them and they're like, I guess they're the new fashion thing, and I haven't bought any of that. All right. Lululemon. Yes, Lululemon yoga pants. Is that what they are? Is that what and they're super colorful? Yeah. Some of them are pretty cool. But they're like, I don't think they're Lululemon. Maybe they are. I'm so not as fashionista. Like everybody around me is wearing them. I'm like yeah. All right, next question, please. Coming up. I don't know who's shiny. Patent Buddy? Okay. Oh. That is pretty cool. Thank you for the information, Ozarks. Okay. Coming up. Who were two Englishmen of the 19th century who wrote many witty operettas satirizing society of the Victorian period? They wrote the song lyrics and spoken dialogue. One wrote the song lyrics and spoken dialogue. The other wrote the music. 593 knows his fine arts. Gilbert and Sullivan. Absolutely. You do want some tougher trivia, don't you? All right. For you, 593. I'm switching categories. Just for you. Also, it's for me because I like science. No! You like fine art? I'll only do it. I'll do a couple clues from here and then I'll switch back and forth. Fine art. This one is physical science and mathematics. What is a bond, a chemical bond in which one atom gives up an electron to another, thereby generating an electrical force that holds the atoms together? Many crystals are held together by these. Baccarat is right. Don't worry, be happy is right. 238 is right. Ionic bond. Considering that you just learned my name 244, no, I didn't get the Valentine's Day chocolates. I know that question was a few days ago. Well, last Saturday to be specific. Did I give you this one? What is creating an ion by changing the number of electrons in an atom? Certain kinds of radiation, such as X-rays, do this. I probably did because I haven't moved my sticky note. Don't worry, be happy. Yes, well, it's arrived, but it's still in the box, Misanthropy. Buckra is correct. Ionization. Ionizing or ionization. Alright, new one. Let's see if you guys know this one. Did I give this one already? What is a number that cannot be expressed as the ratio of two whole numbers? Buckra has it correct. A ratio, by the way, is like a fraction. So it says in here, the square roots of most whole numbers are irrational numbers. Well, Dr. Meow, have you heard of the great attractor? Buckra is correct. It was an irrational number. The great attractor in space. Here's a video on it from the California Academy of Sciences, which is pretty interesting. That's what attracts gravity. Locally, anyway. You say yes, but it's BS. What's your theory? Well, I suppose I could do medicine. I mean, I did that a while ago. We were talking about vulvas and things like that. Okay, I'll switch. Now I'm going to ask a couple medicine and health questions. He has his book and he has it all tabbed like I do. Maybe Buckra does. Now, what are poisonous substances consisting mainly of protein that are a byproduct of metabolism in certain organisms? Toxins that enter the... Oh, wait. I gave the clue. I gave the answer, not me. Some of these enter the body through a bacterial infection. They can be very harmful and can result in diseases such as tetanus and botulism. 983 is correct. The answer was toxins. Okay, you say gravity is pan-dimensional plane of dark matter kind of thing that reacts like a river with sinkholes and stuff. That makes sense. It's all about like the waves and it could be like the waves and also the toroidal? Yes. Shapes. I believe in toroids? Torus shapes? Yes.
Torus shape, yeah.
And I think that the whole, what did they call it? The great attractor is really just part of a toroid.
Toroid?
Yeah, if I'm even saying that right.
The torus.
Yes. Toroid.
Toroid, yeah. This was brought up in the Thrive movement. The power of this torus.
Donuts. Exactly. Donut shape, basically.
Donut shape, yeah.
Oh, that's good to know, Bengalitis. No. Yes, 244. But even more than that, even more important than that, this is David Sponheim.
And we just got our new Dell computer, and Dell computers, our laptops are 48% off at their website. Yeah, I don't need another Dell. In fact, we've got an older Dell that's working great. We inherited a Dell from her father, who gave it to us, and it's actually very stable. It's a good backup computer for not a show, but for internet work when we're in the bedroom. So I hooked it up to the TV that we have.
Okay.
Thank you so much for helping out and giving us trivia. We love the trivia segment. I hear a lot of people say, they like learning things from watching a show. It's nice to learn things, especially people learning about American history because they may want to become an American. We have many people watching from around the world.
It's not Linux 635, so what I plan to do is when we cook up that computer and run the show off the new computer, then I'll turn this old computer either into Linux or reboot, clear it from Windows 7.
We're going to definitely either restrike Windows 7 on this computer or do a Linux. Hey, Sarah doesn't do internet work in her room. She is always integrated with the internet. She's like constantly, tapping into tablets.
That would be awesome, 735. I want to learn how to how to create my own chat room and the IRC and all that.
I can't believe the crap that people come in here with. Don't they know that you are actually voluntarily?
I am with David. Don't you?
But she voluntarily offers me funding for utilities. It's a very nice thing. She doesn't have to pay me anything. I told her that. In fact, this morning I said, Sarah, you don't have to give me anything. And she feels like she wants to carry her role in life, and I think it's great. Sarah is pretty much integrated on all levels with computers. Would you say that you are? Very integrated?
I'm pretty integrated with computers, but I can always learn more because I always feel like I'm a new person with computers because there's just so much out there
to learn.
And I haven't yet built a computer by scratch, and and there's so much, it's always expanding, and I'm kind of like, I kind of want to go back, and I wish I was like that's cute. I want to go back to like 1970s technology just to learn like from the ground up how everything works.
You realize how long that would take you to catch up because of the speed at which we are acquiring knowledge.
No, I mean, I know, but I don't necessarily want to go back. I just want to know how everything works. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty easy.
No, it's not easy.
Well, it is. I mean, remember...
It's just this way. And I'm like, no, it's not.
Remember when I told you, when I used to do website design, and I was an HTML website designer.
Yes.
And remember when I sent you, and we talked about how this transition to PHP would be difficult. And
go ahead.
We even went and visited people and tried programs like Joomla or Drupal, and these programs work great, but unfortunately every update we do for security is like forever.
238 is right. What I want to learn is machine language. I don't think so, Bangalitis.
She just doesn't really...
That's pretty cool, Dr. Neal.
She doesn't really... I think the thing that we need to do, and you mentioned to me that Google has a website plan. I think we could migrate to a Google website.
Okay. Yeah, well, I think you can. No. Whenever you say we, I just put it.
You, yeah. Well, the problem with the language, the language below the language is it's beyond complicated. Like 154, that would be the language. 0100101000. You can't read a language like that.
I do know some of that. I mean,
you can read ones and zeros. Yeah.
I do understand some binary, yes.
Okay. Well, PDF, what difference is a PDF and a book? There is no difference. What's the point? You're saying there's a difference between a PDF and a book?
If you're working on a computer and you're reading a PDF, hopefully you're not reading the PDF on the computer that you're trying to work on.
Right.
Fail.
I wish I could just open up a image library. I think that's what I'm going to do, is just pop out an image library and do some stuff. No, I don't think Sarah understands hex.
Well...
It gets me. Misanthropy came into the show and said that the code at Vaughn's site sucks, and I said, well,
Then,
maybe make your own site, because everybody's an expert, right?
right?
And with all the people that claim to be engineers and computer technology we have
Right.
here, nobody can seem to assemble a chat room for us. It's amazing. I find that kind of fascinating. So Vaughn grabbed this code somewhere. I don't know where he got it, but he put it together and he hacked it together, and here it is. Vaughn is not the tech expert. He probably would admit that to himself. He made a lot of money censoring me. Sarah does not believe in conspiracy theories. No.
No, I try not to.
I seem like I can handle any situation like a boss.
Exactly. Because he'll say, you do it. No, I'm just kidding.
No, there are a lot of problems with. No, I recognize my limitations, and honestly, if you look at the conundrum of complexity that the
That exists.
XML and PHP have created over HTML
And don't forget CSS.
and CSS
And JavaScript.
and JavaScripting
And
JSON. And all these different hybrid languages, that hypertext
And I don't know
languages.
any of those languages.
These things we actually dove in.
See, I just even need to know private IRC servers. What does that entail and what does that look like?
Yeah.
Oh, and Python. Python's pretty cool from what I hear.
Well, saying things are cool is great, but the bottom line really comes down to, can you make it work? And with PHP and CSS and XML and XHTML, you've got all these different security patches you got to deal with now, and like we were saying, the Drupal itself has a security patch that takes us 2-3 hours to upload our site every time they do a security, and they do a security patch every month. And a couple times we were late on our security patch and we were hacked. And it's like weird how much you have to do now to stay on top of the internet. It's crazy. Yeah, Justin, Emmett Shear, Michael Siebel, and Kyle Vogt, who know where Mark's programs came from. Yeah, let's go ahead and put that in the file on Mark. Just add it to Notepad.
Okay.
Thank you, Paddle Camp. We're putting together a file on Mark. We've got a whole series of files. Just Notepad itself will do. In 2016, we're still doing. I don't know. I haven't started 2017 yet. But yeah, we're concerned that these things are being taken and used by others, and there's probably a little bit of that going on. You build sites using Flask and Python, yet nobody wants to build a chat site. Isn't that interesting? Everybody's an expert, but nobody wants to build a chat site with a video signal on it. Unbelievable. I heard Mozilla no longer supports WinXP, but I understand Java. My Java update just told me we don't support Mozilla. So you'll notice that a lot of your Flash too aren't operating now on Mozilla. So there's a war going on between Mozilla and Java, just like there was a war between Apple and Google. Or Apple and Adobe, sorry. Apple and Adobe. Apple and Google never got along very well, but Apple and Adobe have been at each other's throats for years. When Steve Jobs was around, he absolutely would not let anyone run Flash on an Apple. And to this day, there are problems getting Flash.
No, I don't have
any
money to pay you.
No, we're not going to pay you. That's the point.
But do it for us.
Just do it. And start a site like Mark did, and you'd become a millionaire just censoring us. Yeah, you'd make a lot of money censoring us. Okay. So Sarah's going to take a break. I love the new pillows we bought at Ross for Less. I think they're pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm going to go lay down on one of them.
We got some really cool bamboo pillows that are the
That's
same
true.
maker as our bed.
Explorers, that's true. David does sleep in a big bed next to me. Near me. Next to me.
No, I have a small coffin in the back I sleep in. And I come out when the light's gone, when it's no longer dark. Some people think I'm a vampire. No, I don't charge Sarah rent. Sarah willingly pays me money toward our utilities. Somebody gave me a recommendation for an Irish show with a weird name last night, and I didn't write it down. I forgot what it was. It's supposed to be really good. It's about some sort of an Irish show. Maybe you could know the name of it. No, Schitt's Creek is great. Yeah, if you haven't seen Schitt's Creek, it's fantastic. We saw the whole Schitt's Creek series. I feel great. Yeah, I'm trying my my new. I parted my hair on the other side, and it's kind of strange the way it sits. It's not really swooping at all. It's just it had too much curl the other way. So no, I don't do blood infusions. I do a thing called ion cleanse, in which my heavy metals are extracted from my body, leaving me pure, helping me weather the storm of aging better than most. Thank you. We are in sync. It seems just a little bit off because I've moved it around. I did a shift. I look different, I think. Every time we have to move from screen to screen now, we have to actually hit the task manager. Crazy. We'll get there. Google News. U.S. wants more UN sanctions over North Korea's nuclear arms. Warns time is short. Rex Tillerson putting his foot down. Kind of like how he did with the 17,000 allegations of child molestation that occurred when he was president of the Boy Scouts. He never did a damn thing. Rex Tillerson never prosecuted anybody from having anal sex with little Boy Scouts. Yeah, isn't this unbelievable? Can you imagine being a father and having your son molested at a Boy Scout event and going to this absolute asshole and asking him to do something and not doing a damn thing to prosecute the molestation? That's our Secretary of State, who probably violated sanctions to Russia as well, which Obama had imposed. Rightfully so, because we don't have any need to do business with Russia. We're not going to benefit from it. We have more than enough oil here in America. Why would we want to be in any way collaborating with a Russian oil company? And Russia's primary goal is to raise the price of oil. How's that going to help us? All of you will be paying higher prices if Rex gets his way. He looks evil, yeah, tell me about it. Anyone who'd allow children to be molested and not prosecute the offenders is evil. I can grow a beard, yeah. I can grow a mustache, and I've even experimented with a little bit of, sideburns, but I'm not a big beard person. It upsets me because we dedicate our late night to discussing Pizzagate stories, which are really disturbing. Now, God, some of you are... No, I don't do eyeliner because I would look gay. No, it's not a hairdryer. I do hair changes in between rounds. Like this round will be the right swing or the left swing. And when Sarah comes in after the next event, then I take this whole hair and move it the other way. You'll like it. No, I never met George Peppard. Yeah, you can have me on mute all you want. I'm going to mute you too. Well, my hair swings both ways. It's Friday, man. I'm enjoying the night. I've got my regular coat on. I've got a female behind me because I'm going to play some music that I created on Magix, some software we got for free because it's free download. It's very nice. This is an amazing song that Scissor Fight put together. It's called The Inconceivable Nature of a Rustic Environment. Check this out. Okay. One of the things I was going to ask you is it really right of us to go door to door and root people out of their homes claiming that they're illegal aliens? And can we use information about them, like their food stamps, to route them out and call them illegal aliens? Is it really appropriate to do this in a country that could actually see this happen naturally if we just prosecute people who hire illegals? Well, ICE data is showing half of the immigrants arrested in raids and had traffic convictions or no record. Okay. 675 immigrants have been picked up in roundups across the U.S. And they either had no criminal convictions or had committed traffic offenses. Drunken driving would be. So that alerted the government as to their location. So they already had them in the books. They just had to round them up. I just don't think this is what our country's all about. I don't think we're like Gestapo, Germany. Thank you. Appreciate that. We want to talk about solving the problem, too, of illegal immigration. I was the guy that brought it up a long, long time ago. Trump stole this idea of no refugees. I would not allow refugees to come into the country. They'd be going to central areas where they'd be sorted out. Isn't that pathetic? Dr. Meow has to pad his ego constantly. It's sad, man. I mean, you're obviously suffering some sort of a self-aggrandizement disease, like megalomaniacal thinking or something. He thinks he has 8 PhDs and a nomination for a Nobel Prize. And he has to pad his ego. Isn't that pathetic? Yes, you can have a little Sloopy. We'll give her a little time on how long do you want of Sloopy on the show. She's an inspiration. She is. What about America creating a Death Star? You know? Okay, so we've already been to the moon so many times that we don't even go back anymore. Right? And now our scientists can somehow imagine creating a Death Star. That's something. Half the size of the moon. Right near our Earth. Yeah. I don't think we can even get a rocket off the ground either. I'm beginning to wonder if we're any better than North Korea at this point. Anyway, I just don't think that this is going to happen, the Death Star. I have never flip-flopped at all. I'm going to give you a little Sloopy. Let's take a look. This is a woman who did an amazing job of dancing. If you haven't seen a little clip of this, it's really amazing. Her dancing is evocative of the 60s or 70s, early 70s. Check it out. Hey, there's Zelfire. That's all I can give you. I'm sorry. Due to the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, I'm unable to present more than 24 seconds of any song without having to be monetized. I can't give you any longer because you're basically a homosexual. Calling me gay is something a homosexual would do. Yeah, so I'm denying you. You can't get any... No, sorry. Yeah, that's all you got. No, you're a homosexual and you're projecting. Are you guilty over your homosexual acts? Have you thought of becoming scared straight, assuming you're not in New Jersey or California? Well, maybe it's possible you could become straight. It's possible. You are a homo? Okay. Many people are finding that the best way to turn heterosexual after you've gone to the dark side is to become to contact a priest and have yourself exorcised. Have the evil removed from your inner self. Have the sin purged from inside of you. I'm kidding. It's a joke. You're a Peter Puffer. Oh, that's too bad. Well, there's hope for a lot of you people. You know, we're not... Some of you have openly, after years of hiding your homosexuality, have openly come out, like Anderson Cooper.
The rigors of being on the air live.
By the way, I'm drunk now from that.
Good for you.
That
for you.
stuff, yeah.
There you go. Yeah. We can do it this way.
Oh, is that?
No, do it this way. Like that. Here, like that. Come on, don't act
Dave,
like...
I'm gay. We don't do this kind of thing. I don't know. It's making me nervous.
I wish I had a nickel for every time I've heard that in my life. Dave, I'm gay. We don't do this kind of thing. Huh? Sorry.
Awkward moment much? Yeah. So Anderson Pooper is, he's got a 17-year-old boyfriend that he has been tweeting. And people are talking. They're saying, what's going on, Anderson? I mean, you're dating an underage man. I mean, what's going on? It was very awkward. Yeah. So Anderson Pooper is going to have to figure out what he's going to do with his life. At times, you look like David Letterman. Really? Well, you know, he's a lot younger than me. I mean, I'm way older than him. Yeah. When you get to be my age, it pays to look as good as I do. His most recent photographs indicate somewhat of a decline. Not a lot of people are wondering what's going on with him, but, you know, the red nose would indicate one of two things. Either he's been to Acapulco on a daily basis, getting suntans, or he's nipping the bottle there. A public service screenshot. Brought to you by Screenshots Anonymous. All right. I think what you got happening is rectal exam is becoming a little bit obsessed with morbidity. And I think that's a bad thing, man. Don't click on that. I'm going to purge you. It could be cancer of the nose, but it could also just be a little bit of, you know, I don't want to impersonate David Letterman or Donald Trump. I don't like those people. I don't really enjoy David Letterman. I've never laughed at anything he ever said. Just like when I was young, I went to Royce Union had Steve Martin come and visit UCLA back in 1978. And Steve Martin got on stage, and I had this woman sitting next to me who I was kind of impressed with and I was really liking. And she thought I was funny. And we went there, and she turned to me and she said, "Don't you think he's funny, Dave?" And I'm going, "No, I don't." Excuse me. I mean, how stupid is that? It is flat. It's designed to piss you off. My hair is designed to make you think that life has kind of become boring and listless. My hair is indicative of that. After the break time coming up in an hour, I switch sides and my hair becomes alive. I part it on the other side. Yeah, I mean, I just don't find that funny. I never found Steve Martin funny either. I don't find David Letterman funny. No, David Letterman is not gay. He spent years in the Ed Sullivan room having sex with interns. And they were heterosexual relationships, from what I've heard. Haven't you read about the intern relationships? Because nobody ever protests that. I mean, everyone said they wanted to have sex with David Letterman. So I don't understand it. So when Trump's, all of his, accusations came out about the rape and all that, and the groping of women and touching their genitalias and then bragging about it to Billy Bush, I think Donald Trump should visit David Letterman and ask him how he was able to have consensual sex with all of his interns. It would really give him some help in understanding what he's going to do and how he's going to move forward in his marriage with Melania. Stephanie, the intern? Really? Let's take a look at her. Stephanie Burkett. The Letterman scandal, inside his affair. Oh, Stephanie. Oh, you know, here she is, a really nice, pretty blonde girl, and here's this old guy who's almost, you know, having fun every day, laughing, enjoying it. Is there anything so wrong about this? And that's what David Letterman was saying. Is there anything wrong about him doing his interns? I'm not passing judgment on either he or she. I don't do that. I would never cheat on Sarah. Monica, the intern, oh, her too. I understand they got rid of the Ed Sullivan room after it became obvious that, you know, a lot of the walls had splatter. He put her through law school, Dave. Nice guy. See, David Letterman, not the kind of guy I'd want to hang around with. You know, I don't normally, you know, hang around with men who cheat or, you know, have profligate sex with women. Ozark says, sir, who is Bagface? He just IM. He said he will. Ozarks, don't ever respond about Bagface. He's just a waste of space. Okay? Thanks, Brexit. I've got 130 million people watching. I know he paid for Steph's law school, and I'm not passing judgment on either Steph or David Letterman. I wouldn't hang with a guy who womanizes. It's just not me, man. I don't want to be that kind of guy. I don't know if any of you understand what it's like to be a man, trapped in a man's body, having manly urges, and looking at all these beautiful babes around you. Yeah, so I think many of you would like to know what it's like, but I mean, it's a fantasy for a lot of people. But I think the one guy in Hollywood that is living the ultimate life in that regard would be Leonardo DiCaprio. I mean, you look at all the women he's dated. It's a fascinating search if you ever go online and just check out Leonardo DiCaprio. And just look, gee, Leonardo DiCaprio, let's see. Must be like 30 beautiful women that he dated. I mean, how could you not fall in love with every one of them, you know? To all the girls I dated before, to each and every one I loved before and more. I mean, you just look at these women. They're just knockouts. Look at this. Every woman he's dated is just a fantastic beauty. And this is just a small sampling. This is a sickness, folks. This is a mental sickness. I'm not saying he's sick, but for men who constantly need to be around something new, someone new, I'm not going to make Leo DiCaprio my chief of staff, and I'll end up spending most of my time with Leo DiCaprio in bars going, hey, baby, how are you? Oh, yeah, sure. How you doing? I don't want to be Leonardo DiCaprio's wingman. No way. All right, so I hope you understand that men do suffer from some sort of an illness. We saw it with Bill O'Reilly. Screw it, we'll do it live. Well, he's gone now. He left his show because of all the allegations that turned out to be settlements. And his sponsors, over 50 of them, just parted. And it can cause a huge problem. And even he himself admitted it is a problem. But men have an obvious problem of wanting something new. And it's ridiculous. It's wrong. Play the surfer song. Yeah, I mean, life should be so much simpler if you were just hanging out at the beach, you know. No big deal. And you're not even into women or guys or whatever you people are into. You're just experiencing what it's like to, you know, be at the beach and just, you know, go, hey, bro, what's going on? You know, dude, oh, yeah, for sure, yeah.
But the park is still flooded, so you'll see kids out there again.
Some of those kids today will be like, oh,
it's just like, dude, you got the best barrels ever, dude. Just like you pull in, you just get spit right out of them. Spit right out of them. You just drop in, just smack the lip. And then after that, you just drop in, drop down, step, drop down, ride the barrel and get pitted. Ride the barrel and get ride the barrel and get pitted. So pitted. Ride the barrel and get pitted. Ride the barrel and get ride the barrel and get pitted. So pitted. You got the best barrels ever, dude. Just like you pull in, you just get spit right out of them. Spit right out of them. You just drop in, just smack the lip. And then after that, you just drop in, drop down, drop down, drop down. Ride the barrel and get pitted. Ride the barrel and get ride the barrel and get pitted. So pitted, pitted, pitted. Ride the barrel and get pitted. So pitted, pitted.
Wow. So the possibility of a Death Star, since we've been to the moon so many times, and we've got, we've got mining operations going on there, and we brought back all this tremendous amount of rare earth metals like platinum and Bob Ross auto-tune. I don't do that. No, sorry. So basically, you just got neutralized by the idea of getting pitted, right? You were pitted. This guy, who obviously was, not into women, liked nature. So there is a transcript. In fact, it's a famous karaoke song now worldwide called "Get Pitted." Of course, they don't have bases on the moon. We never even went to the moon. What a joke. But these people want to create a Death Star. Elon Musk said he wants to go around the moon with his SpaceX program. Isn't that amazing? And I'm sure Virgin Galactic wants to do the same thing, take a trip around the moon. Well, Elon Musk recently admitted that he in order to stay awake, he does smoke crack. And I don't think he was kidding. So you're listening to a crackhead talking about how he's going to take you around the moon, and you really believe we went to the moon. Yeah, I just don't believe we ever went there because we haven't gone back in 48 years. So this whole idea of a Death Star out here is a joke. We're never going to get outside of our of the Van Allen belts unless we develop some new technology and possibly a new metallurgy. Yeah. Have you heard of this new idea or project called boring? Oh yeah, great name. You smoke crack and then pass out. Crack is bad. Weed is great. Oh yeah. No we. Who you calling we? What, do you got a mouse in your pocket? It's not Van Halen belt, it's Van Allen belt. He came up with this theory that there's a radiation belt around the world. And the Earth is unable to you can't break through the earthly bounds because it is so strong. Now, proof of this would be the space shuttle that went out 238 miles outside of the Earth and burned off its little panels, and all the tiles came off. Remember that? Well, how come they couldn't use the same technology they used for the Apollo program? They didn't burn off the tiles. They had a re-entry vehicle. Everything worked great. Because we never went to the moon in the Apollo program. That's why. You were not born in 61? Good. I was born in 60. I was one of the first, nuclear babies. Born out of the nuclear era. I'm the beginning of the X generation and the end of the millennial generation. I embody an entire time period of over 60 years. Crack is whacked. Believe me, weed is good. I am 57. this month, sometime. I do not own a 1969 Ford Mustang. That's not the nicest car in the world anyway. I mean, there's so many better ones that are, you know, classic. It wasn't the vintage year for me. I mean, 66 Mustangs were far better than... There's a car show on the island this week. There's a lot of people coming out here with beautiful cars. The 69 Mustang is a little bit, I think, pimped out for me. The lines, the contour, it looks to me like it's just, you know, a little bit more than I want. It's more of a muscle car. What I like is the Corvette. I also like the Grand National. One of my favorite cars ever was the Grand National, made by Pontiac, 1988. If you're into cars, this thing can haul on the highway. People didn't realize it at the time, but its wheelbase and its rear drive gave it a tremendous amount of power. This thing could easily knock anybody's socks off on the highway. It's built like an old police car with a pursuit engine. You like the 75 Pinto? Yeah, that's classic, badass. Try the Pacer. Turn it into like a greenhouse. Pacer had these big windows. You want a T-Bird, really? Thank you. Yeah, whatever. I mean, if you want to get a rear drive vehicle, you're going to get a lot of that. Me, I'm a hybrid guy. I really enjoy hybrids. I'm very happy to say I've been getting great gas mileage for 10 years now, 11 years. I bought my first hybrid in 2006. And I bought it used. It was 6 years old, and it was, man, it's great. I still have it. In 2008, I did a video with me in it, and the video is right here. It's pretty cool.
Hi. Good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car?
Yeah, it is.
Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the...
Okay, let me tell you about this car. It's got a unibody aluminum mainframe. There's no safer car on the highway, really. I mean, it's got a stainless steel wrap around it, which is a rollover. It has a rollover ability. It can handle 2.5 times its body weight. In fact, all Hondas can handle 2.5 times their body weight. Pretty cool. It's a Honda, yeah. It's an Insight. And Jay Leno said this particular vehicle, which only was sold from 2000 to 2006, and this is a 2000. This is the 235th off the line in Japan. I don't have spray on hair. I wash it, and it looks like this. Thank you. Well, this is the thing. This vehicle is got all the safety tests. It's a fantastic car. It gets 50 to 60 miles per gallon. Yeah, and you had an 89 CRX that got 49 exactly. There's a 3-cylinder engine. They put the CRX. Yeah, it's the same engine as the CRX had, except it's been modified. It's amazing. I got the manuals on this car. They're like a symphony of complexity. The battery pack, it's got 120 C-cell batteries, nickel metal hydride, or D-cells, sorry, nickel metal hydride. And they're all in the back, and they all store energy. When the car goes down the hills, it charges the battery pack. When it goes up the hill, it draws 5 horsepower off of the battery pack. So it gives the car, it's not ugly at all. This is a really beautiful car. The design on it is perfect. It has the lowest coefficient of wind resistance of any vehicle on the highway. And it's all about fuel economy, yeah. A rogue surgeon has cost taxpayers 18 million pounds in damages to 250 National Health Service patients, as it revealed we could have been stopped 7 years earlier. He could have been stopped. So a rogue surgeon has cost the lives of 250 people in England. Wow, thanks, Brexit. No, the batteries can't be replaced with lithium-ion. And lithium-ion overheat. The nickel metal hydride battery technology is superior to lithium-ion. So much so that the batteries never wear out. They need to be recycled. So whenever the car reaches the end of its rope, I pull the battery pack out. I had a brand new one put in about a year and a half ago. And total investment in this vehicle is 10 grand. I liked it so much, I got one for Sarah. And Sarah has a CVT transmission. Mine's a 5-speed. No, it's a fantastic car. I mean, it is an insight, because you have to have insight to get cars like this. You really don't understand how well made this car is. So it looks brand new right now. It's 16 years old. And I would love to show you hers parked next to our windmills. Yeah. Now we don't have a lot of windmills. We're trying to keep our supply of wind turbines down here at the farm. But I'm kidding. This is just a stock photo. But isn't that cool? That's what her car looks like. I have some pretty cool speakers, yeah. Audi had a CVT lawsuit, really? Did you hear about the recent recall on Tacomas, 2016 Toyota Tacomas and 2017 Tacomas? The differential. Sarah's in there right now. Yeah, the differential is leaking oil, and they could cause an accident. So if you got a 2016 or 2017 Toyota Tacoma, you need to contact the dealer. You'll get a letter in the mail, I'm sure. I don't like the Aztec. It's an ugly car. And it doesn't get 50 or 60 miles per gallon. My car has 225,000 miles on it, and it runs like new. I've had to replace an oxygen sensor. It cost me $500, and the battery pack cost me $2,000. But you can't move around in an Elio motor. You can't smooch and neck in an Elio motor car. That's a bicycle. That's a bike too. It's not a car. Elio Motors makes a trike that they put two people in. Well, this car it cost me $10,000, but new it was $25,000. Hers was an even better deal. We got it for $4,000 with $132,000 on it, and she's only put about $10,000 on her car. So we got about $142,000 on her car, and we got a new battery pack for hers too, because hers was about to go at 15 years. 15 years is typically how long a battery pack is going to last. It goes about 120 miles an hour. If I've never pushed it past 85 though. It has good acceleration, 0 to 60 in 7.5 seconds. The electric gives it a lot of quick speed in the beginning. With the electric full charge, I really boost into traffic. Just shut up, 264. Get the hell out of my chat room. God. It's a timing belt. Thank you. People get bored by nothing. All right, so we're going to leave my car now and go back into space, where you can, pontificate the future and wonder what the hell you're going to do with your life, because a lot of you are kind of losing your track of reality. Yeah. Young black man searched, full body cavity search, passenger in new car. WeAreChange.org. Okay, we're talking about police brutality tonight, being it's Freedom Friday. And this black man had a full rectal exam for being a passenger in a new car. Isn't this insane? The atrocities of racism going on in our police farce. You're going to pay for this one, boy. That's what the guy was saying. Illegal body cavity search, South black driver pulled over cops. Today, the systemic police oppression of minorities continues as South Carolina appears to have set the bar at a new low. A black couple was pulled over for driving a new car with new vehicle plates. There's nothing illegal about this, but the officer's dash cam clearly shows this is the reason for pulling them over. Let's suppose that he was just checking to see if the car was really a new purchase. Okay, let's take a look.
Good cop, bad cop. Bad cop.
South Carolina cops pull over car and anally probe passenger. Two South Carolina residents are suing the Aiken Police Department and the City of Aiken in federal court over an alleged 2014 illegal cavity search. In October 2014, Lakia Hicks was driving her newly purchased car with her boyfriend Elijah Ponton in downtown Aiken when they were pulled over by Officer Chris Medlin and fellow officers. Medlin ordered the pair to step out of the car and handcuffed Ponton despite both of their identifications checking out. Officers thoroughly searched the car and brought in a canine dog but were unable to find any contraband. The officers then reportedly conducted body searches on the couple. Hicks claimed she was forced to expose her breasts in full view of the male officers. Ponton was handcuffed, and then two officers allegedly inserted their fingers into his rectum. The anal probe continued after an officer reportedly detected some hard object. Ponton says the hard object was his hemorrhoid. The couple was let go with a warning after the officers failed to find any evidence of criminal activity in either the car or inside Ponton.
Follow us down the rabbit hole. Visit the tomb.
Wow, that is really sad. I don't care. I mean, WTF on that indeed, yeah. Well, this kind of reminds me of the guy who pulled into Deming, New Mexico. You know, Deming, New Mexico is a small town near Las Cruces, El Paso, about 100 miles away. He got pulled over, and he was told to, to get out of the car. And their dog, they had a drug dog there. Turns out the drug dog wasn't very good at what he was doing. But the drug dog smelled the seats and said that he smelled marijuana, which was a false read. They ended up giving this guy 2 colonoscopies. Yeah, it's a pretty popular story. We played it a couple times on our show. I have it here if you want to look at it. Very seriously messed up that anybody would do such a thing to somebody for simply, pulling into a town they didn't really know where it was going. And you don't want to watch that, no. Okay. I'll play it for you anyway.
On now to an extremely disturbing case of alleged police overreach that is gaining national attention. In January, New Mexico police officers pulled over David Eckert for a routine traffic stop when he failed to yield to a stop sign. Now, according to a lawsuit filed by Eckert's attorney, the officers then asked him to get out of the car, which he complied with. However, the way that he was standing seemed suspicious to officers. Because he appeared to be clenching his buttocks, police said they believed that he was hiding drugs inside of himself. KOP TV picks up the story from there.
According to court records and medical charts, first, doctors x-rayed Eckert, then penetrated his rectum with their fingers, then performed another exam with their fingers. Doctors then gave Eckert 3 enemas and forced him to defecate in front of them while they searched his stool. All of these things done without consent, all of them finding nothing. But it
I think we've seen enough of that crap. Oh my, no pun intended. Okay, friendly fire may have killed 2 U.S. soldiers in an Afghanistan raid. Here we have it. 2 American soldiers who were killed in Afghanistan during a raid Wednesday night may have been struck by a so-called friendly fire, the Pentagon said. The Defense Department identified the soldiers as Army Rangers Sergeant Joshua Rogers, 22, and Sergeant Cameron Thomas, 23, both deployed from Fort Benning, Georgia. A 3rd soldier was wounded in the operation, which targeted the emir of Islamic State militants in Afghanistan, according to Defense Department officials. The officials said the military was investigating whether the men had been killed by ground fire, either from American forces or... Are you sure this wasn't when they dropped the Moab? You know, I'm sure somebody had to be on the ground near there that was killed. I mean, wouldn't that be something? You know, Donald Trump is directly responsible for the death of 140 Afghan soldiers when the Taliban responded to his Moab attack last week. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it was the Moab. Friendly fire from the Moab. The cops were clinging tenaciously to his buttocks, and his unusual clinching action led them to believe he was holding a contraband in his buttock. I mean, I can't believe we're even talking about this stuff. Our country needed sensitivity training for police officers 20 years ago. We're still dealing with a bunch of idiots who have an IQ below 107. You're boring. You need to move on. Get the hell out of here. You're gone, dude. Your whole life is boring. So are you. Move on. I know. And these cops, they terrorize people with their speed guns. They're sitting there waiting for you to go 5 miles an hour with the speed limit just to pull you over and have your heart race. Let's not move on. Let's mute you. Assad never gassed his own people. This is a CIA plot that has been put in play out of the playbook. The buttocks flexing is going on. No, nothing has died. I could have shown you something really interesting. You've forced me into going to the farthest perimeter to find humor. This is not what I want to do. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the issues, and you're brain dead and you want something funny all the time. You're just waiting to be human fodder for the apocalypse. A lot of you don't realize you'll be sent off to a ground war in Syria that Trump is starting. Many of you have some delusion that Trump is helping when you yourself are going to be used and exploited as a ground foot soldier in a war of attrition by the New World Order. I'd like to talk about those things. But you've reduced the show to this discussing of nonsense. Assad never gassed his own people. There's no evidence to support that. When Ivanka decided to drop 59 Tomahawks on Idlib in the home region, she said to her father, "I'm very upset about the pictures I've been looking at. I'm very unhappy. Dad, you gotta do something." That's our foreign policy right now. "Well, of course, Ivanka, I don't want to let this happen. We're going to take care of it." And then on top of it, now Trump is going to take on Kim Jong-un. We know what a great rap dancer he is. Break dancer. Imagine taking this guy on with all our U.S. military force. Yeah. How's that going to play out? And he's got 25,000 Scud missiles aimed at Seoul, South Korea. What is Trump thinking? I don't care how many nuclear warheads. We're headed toward World War III with Trump, and you know damn well I'm right. He just wants to do some breakdancing. He can't even breakdance on his own. This guy's not going to back down. Can Trump breakdance like this? Hell no. He's still doing it. Can you imagine balancing that much weight on your little fingertips? Yeah. You're not messing with a normal human being. Yeah, there's no wires there, buddy. You're messing with a Kim Jong-un. He apparently has the power of his own people behind him, too. You have been removed. Play this video scarred, Dave. Weaponized drones? What do you got? Scissor Fight has something on... Yeah, let's take a look at that, too. Well, let's be clear. Hold, please. Connecticut bill would use police use lethal force. Let's see what that is. That preceded the other one. Hold on. NBC News. I'm Tom Brokaw. Well, let me say this. A weaponized drone Connecticut bill would allow police to use lethal force from above. So the police are already trying to weaponize these drones, you know. Imagine this scenario. A terrorist suspect is holding hostages in a public space. A police-operated drone with a camera swoops in to assess the situation and determines he's armed and dangerous. The man is coaxed to surrender by a SWAT team, but his posturing suggests he's about to shoot. As a final resort, the drone, toting a firearm, hits the suspect. He's neutralized. The way some lawmakers in Connecticut see it, weaponized drones represent a future for policing. And that could be a necessary option in moments when lives are at stake, they say. It's a bill that's going to make its way through the state legislature, would be the first in the nation to explicitly allow police to add lethal weapons to drones. I don't think we should weaponize drones. It's a slippery slope. We're headed in the wrong direction. A greater police state isn't going to make us any safer. It's just going to turn this country upside down. Okay, that's not playing. Thank you. And now back to your other link. Thank you for that link. Analytics. Digital UHF. Good. North Korea tests ballistic missile, reports Pyongyang stating war is imminent. The Telegraph. So, Donald Trump is fueling this anger from Kim Jong-un. And when you trap a wild animal, I'm not saying Kim Jong-un is a wild animal, but he has behaved a little erratic, especially having his uncle fed to the dogs. And recently, implications are that he may have killed his brother. You know, again, do we really need to trip into this hornet's nest at this juncture? Is it going to solve the world's problems? No. What does North Korea provide? Not much. They have coal that they sell to China, and now basically Donald Trump is now saying China has been disrespected by North Korea. Yeah, any advisor would have told you that, Donald Trump. This has been going on for years. That's why President Xi Jinping has not gone to visit North Korea ever. I'm trying to create this illusion that this is it's not a toupee. It's my real hair, but I'm creating the illusion that I have, you know, kind of wafty hair. So in a little while I'll be switching sides and you'll see how great this is. Yeah. Assad is basically not the problem we think he is. Yeah. Trump starting crap with North Korea to use it against South Korea on trade? I don't believe that. No. He's just pissing off South Korea and making everyone very fearful. It looks emo. You have been removed. You have been removed. I would win the election, yes. No, Rambo, and you have been banned from the show. I've spent 8-9 years doing this against all odds, against daily censorship. And the only reason why I'm heard by millions of people around the world is because I am true about what I say. Don't need to look at guns. Thank you. Oh, the manned Mars mission is a joke. It's pie in the sky thinking. It's just kind of a joke. NASA, or never a straight answer, comes up with this crap all the time to make you think that we're going to someday go to the Venus. Pretty soon we'll go to Uranus and see if it has any hemorrhoids. I remember Stickcam. They got taken down, yeah. I've been here for 8-9 years, way more than you can even imagine, against all odds. Nothing you're going to say is going to stop me. I am troll-proof and invincible when it comes to the internet. Yeah, we'll never make it to Mars. We'll never make it to the moon. Why haven't we been back in 48 years? Why hasn't Russia gone to the moon? How come China hasn't gone to the moon? Even France could go to the moon. How come they haven't gone? They've got a great, even India has an incredible missile plan. They just deployed 112 satellites, a record for India. How come they don't go to the moon? Because they can't. Nobody can get out of the atmosphere. Why haven't we repositioned the Hubble telescope to look at the Earth? It was supposed to go into deep space, but it never did. If you look up the Hubble telescope, you'll find that it's in the Earth's ionosphere. It's not outside of the Earth's ionosphere. The Hubble telescope was supposed to be the deep space telescope. It's still within our atmosphere. That's why they can't take a picture of the Earth with the Hubble telescope. Now, over 11,000 Americans have lost their jobs since Trump took office. And probably many of them were working for competitive escort services. Trump just had his escort service in China authorized by President Xi. Yeah. He somehow gave Ivanka 38 trademark patents, and we don't know what Ivanka did in return. Despite all of Donald Trump's promises, jobs continue to shrink in the U.S. Not only is Trump not helping, but he's to blame for some of it. Companies are fleeing the U.S. in droves, and it's not hard to see why. He's an unpredictable whirlwind of chaos, Trump is, which is just the opposite of what business thrives on. Business needs stability and status quo, and they need to know that the world tomorrow is going to look pretty much like the world today. When you're moving billions of dollars around making long-term investments, you can see where you don't want sudden surprises ruining your plans. Trump attacks on NAFTA and immigration make international trade uncertain. His bluster over taxes make it impossible to plan a strategy. His favor for coal mining and other backwards 20th century industries drives out U.S. innovation. Now, I support coal mining, but I also support the clean coal technology, where Trump doesn't even know what that means. Hey, well, I've got a warrant for your arrest. It's going to be issued in your name because you just had a death threat. Yeah, I saw that. Well, thank you for watching my channel, Guest244. I appreciate it. We have a very intellectual channel. Some of you, are challenging and keep up with it and interact. All right. I'm winning all the time, yeah. Trump watches your show, millions watch our show, and I'll live to be 150, I'm hoping for. Yes. I'm on track. I'm 57-ish, being this is the month of my birth. I'm not fake at all. In fact, everything I say is authentic. I've been accused of being fake since I was young. People didn't understand why I talk like a newscaster. Well, I was raised in Los Angeles, listening to newscasters. So, yeah. No, there's nothing communistic about my book. In fact, it's hybrid capitalism is dedicated to finding common sense solutions to our problems. I'm not gonna say we're against redistributing wealth, but that could be perceived as socialist. But I want everyone to get $400 per month. I think that's a good starting point. Don't come in and ban. You're banned for doing that. The Arctic Oil Platform, number 7, has 44,000 people on it. Don't worry. You've been muted. Yeah, LA has double the amount of net minority immigrants that come to our country since I moved out of there 20 years ago. Look, I'm being accused of being socialist or communist right now, and you're telling me socialism is communism. No, hardly. Socialism is not communism, and nor is it wrong for me to say that I want to take over Google. I want our government to run Google. What if I told you our government already does run Google, but it's a national socialist plan? Would you even understand what I'm talking about? No. Okay. Body cam shows an angry female cop waving gun in air shouting threats. Oh, no, I think Bill O'Reilly could open up a channel on the Playboy channel, and he could run his talk show out of a strip joint.
You want to know what my opinion of Alex Jones is? Well, for one, he's getting the raw end of the deal in the custody case. But he had to come out clean and true that he was, in fact, a performance artist. And he's not Alex Jones.
So I want to know who is Alex Jones and where is Alex Jones? Because this guy is not Alex Jones. He's Bill Hicks. He's been playing a part of Alex Jones for many years. A lot of you believe that he's not Bill Hicks, but he clearly is.
He just lost in his child custody battle. Well, because his behavior has been deemed by a jury of his peers to be a little bit weird. He was called a cult leader.
Aren't you glad I don't have any kids? Yeah, I mean, God knows what they would do to my poor children. You know, when I was swatted about 2 years ago, illegally, mind you, it would have been sad because my children would have been going, Daddy, why did you have to lay on the front of the street with your hands behind your back and cuffed? Have you done anything wrong, Daddy? No, son. I was They did this to me. The cops are bad people. I'd have to tell them the cops are bad people. I know, somebody's mooning me. We are all your children. Hello. Thank you for being my children.
You're Alex's son. Can you adopt me? Well, if I talk like this with my children, maybe you'd think that I was dad.
I actually look more like the real Alex Jones, ironically. You didn't know I was... No. Happy New Year!
Well, right now we're comparing the face of Alex Jones.
No, this is the real Alex Jones right here. 1997. And this is the fake one, the guy that currently exists, Bill Hicks. As you can see, their faces are completely different. I'm reaching out to a worldwide audience. You're sitting there condemning me. I don't consider that nothing. Now look at these two guys. Don't they look like two different people to you? He lost his custody battle today, by the way.
Oh, okay.
This is the real Alex Jones in 1997. And there's the new guy who's been filling his place since then. I want to know what happened to this guy. And I'd like to ask Alex Jones and his handlers what happened to the real Alex Jones, because if he's a performance artist, where's the real guy? Yeah, she's got a great shirt. So we're talking about building a Death Star outside of the moon. Now that we went to the moon and back, we've got the ability to... You know, so according to Sarah, we've been to the moon, and it's great. Now we can mine it. Yeah. So, what do you think of the Death Star that they're thinking of building with carbon technology, like the Diamond Age?
I think it's going to get destroyed.
I think it's possible. Since we've been to the moon and back, we probably have mining operations on the moon, and no one knows about it. Don't listen to all the hair people.
I don't listen to anyone except I only listen to the people that say positive things about me.
Super Dave, we just covered the story on the Deming, New Mexico exam of somebody's... Yeah, we just talked about Deming. So, what if I got a phone call and they said, David, the real Alex Jones doesn't exist, but we want you to play Alex Jones because the guy who's currently playing Alex Jones is faking everything.
And he wants to be...
Can you be Alex Jones?
What would you say to that?
Well, I'd probably talk about the possibility that I'll be able to expose the Bilderbergs and the Venetian royalty, and I'll be able to, get in everybody's face again and show what a real Alex Jones is supposed to sound like, not some wimp who's been taken down in a custody case.
So that's possible, Poor guy, I feel sorry for him. They took away his kids, Sarah, because he has a show and they consider him a cult leader. Aren't you glad we don't have kids?
Well, you mean his ex-wife got custody?
Yeah, they won't allow him
to take away his kids.
Dude, I'm so virile. I would probably, if I walked down the runway of a major fashion show, all the women would just get pregnant, just looking at me. I don't do that. No, we're not. I don't do anything to exploit black people, okay?
No, 862.
Never. We don't do... The only reason why I did that when I did it was because it was a satirical statement about Barack Obama. All right, now that I've done my job of honing the chat and dialing in on the right kind of chatters here, now Sarah can take over and I can switch the part on my hair because it's upsetting a lot of people.
It is different. It looks good, though.
Whatever. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I do think it's messed up that they deny him custody because he has a show. That would be messed up, yeah. I mean, people can be parents, I guess. Yes, David, of course, will be coming back later. Don't worry. I don't know, 416. No. Sometimes I just let my hair grow and it kind of straightens out, but I like it with a little bit of curl, misanthropy. Oh, I can be claimed to be a member of the Fact Club. 8 reasons why intelligent and financially stable people don't want kids. Interesting, Brexit. Exactly. I am a little tired and run down right now because I felt like a flu or something was coming on Thursday last night, and I'm working on just making sure I rest to get over it. You want to buy a hair straightener? David's sister has a hair straightener. It's kind of like if you've ever used a hair curler, it's like that. It basically burns your hair. And if your hair is really frizzy, I mean, it works. I have friends that do it, but you have to like take sections of a time at a time and like go through each section and all that. So, I mean, it takes time to do, which I don't really want to spend a lot of time on my hair. Oh my goodness. Hey, Salty Dog. Your hair is super poofy if you wash it with shampoo. I suggest looking for an Infusium 23 conditioner. Step 2. Anyway, I used to use that on my hair and it was really good. Now, recently, I just had the other thing I totally recommend is the thing called Braid Sheen Spray. And that has really good natural ingredients in it. It's usually used by for African American. There's a brand called African Pride because Braid Sheen Spray, it's got amazing ingredients in it. And it's, the cornrows, I guess they call them, and the braids and how they get the little puffies around them. Yes, Afro Sheen, Braid Sheen Spray, same thing. And you spray it and it just takes all those puffies down. But it still leaves a curl. That's why my hair, I think, looks pretty good right now because of the Braid Sheen Spray. I had one, but I had a snaggletooth at the time, 238. If you go back in my videos to change everything with Sarah, it would be good. It kind of does weigh your hair down a little bit, but sometimes it's just enough to give it shine, and it's got all these plant products in it, which is amazing. So the way I found out about this Braid Sheen Spray, specifically the African Pride product, was David was on this kick where he's I want to find some natural shampoo. And anyway, so we were looking at the ingredients list. Ooh, that looks good. Hair food. Ooh, that does look good. Vitamins A and E. Maybe I should try that. So we were looking at all the ingredients lists on all these hair products, and I'm ooh, this has a lot. No, you can't drop your donation link. I'm not medicated. I should be drinking some tea right now, but no, I haven't. I'm not. Be cooler, what do you mean? David isn't in this picture. I mean, he's not on camera right now. Well, that's your opinion, 302. Shark oil. They have shark oil in Preparation H, which is pretty good. Thank you. 219. Well, if you invite someone into your property, they're not an intruder technically. So, but if you don't invite someone into your property, they are an intruder. So you can't say you invite an intruder to your property, because that is an oxymoron. It can't exist simultaneously. Well, 313, you can ask David to remove me rather than asking me to remove myself. I'm just here to promote David and help David, and he's asked me to continue to give him these breaks, and which is what I do. What kind of cancer do you have? GoFundMe. Oh. How do I... Wow. That's interesting. Kind of reminds me of the show I'm watching, Misanthropy, on it's called Life Below Zero on Netflix, about people who live up in the tundra in Alaska near the Arctic Circle, either above or below it. And you know, it's just some of those people, I think they are adjusted better for themselves out there. I don't like judging people, like who's mentally ill, who's normal, who's abnormal. I think people are people, and you know, whatever works for individual people is fine. Well, she would be to live in society, 163, but she is perfectly adapted to live up in Kavik. No, Brexit UK, because you invite them over, they're your guest. They're not an intruder. Well, hopefully you're not 876. You might be right, Misanthropy, but we don't have to be. Okay, good job, Dr. Meow. No, I don't, 238. I actually watched that show because it's like what I don't want to do. I do not want to go live in Alaska. I definitely don't. I guess I'm more adjusted to the society down here in the lower 48. Okay. No thanks, Caesar, aka 313. Warm, yes. The thing is, though, David likes it cool. He and I have like different body, like different temperatures that we like things at, and we have different times of day that we sleep. It's like interesting, but yeah. And I could see David wanting a tiny house, but I don't know. It's Yeah, he doesn't want to pay for heating, but he wouldn't want to pay for cooling either. Yes and no, but I don't want to deal with, as long as it's not too close to all the street children. Salty dog. Tiny houses, I'm sure, are easier to keep clean. Where am I going to put all my piles of paper, though? Yeah, that's one of the reasons I wouldn't want to live in Alaska, is I wouldn't like the cold. That's for sure. 1 or 2 episodes is worth watching. There's one about bees, and there's one about a credit economy. Can't remember. Sesame economy, I think it is. Sesame credit economy.
Yeah, Sesame credits.
Those are the 2 that are worth watching. The first one, do not watch it. Well, you're going to go watch it because I said don't watch it, but it's so gross and it's totally not worth it. Just skip the first one.
Sarah, Sesame credits are becoming a thing around the world.
That one was good.
It's being used to manipulate people's behavior.
Oh, really?
Like you could get 20 points for saying, "Hi, Dave, you look good," and then we'd give you 20 points. And if you said something negative to somebody, you get the 20 points taken away. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's mind control is what Sesame credits are. What's your take on Sesame credits?
I agree.
Yeah.
I think it would be really hard for me to live in any place without electricity.
Yeah, we need electricity. I have a backup plan for
And I love I love toilets
and dishwashers.
I do love dishwashers. I can do it, but I don't like it. Washing dishes by hand.
If this tie was like floating, like if I had like a little thing floating, would you think I was in space? If I had a string attached
and you
and
weren't
it was
holding it.
No, see, I wasn't holding it. I had a little string attached.
And my hair was like this.
Yeah. We could actually pretend like we're working it.
That's what the astronaut's her hair. She took a picture of herself in space, and her hair's like
up in the air. Yeah. They put a lot of starch in their hair. I know, it floats around. And they do very good replication of space walks. It's pretty cool.
Well, yes, Rex, true. I mean, toilets are... I appreciate my toilet.
Hey, no longer talking about Caesar, okay, in the room. It's a bannable offense if you continue.
Well, if you consider solar... if you're not using it for electricity, but you're using it in your greenhouse to grow food, it's totally affordable. Yes, especially, check out a toilet and that curved thing in the toilet. It's called an S-curve or whatever.
Yeah.
That is designed to keep the smell down.
Yeah, it's a throttle.
It's pretty amazing. I think that was from Crapper.
John D. Crapper developed the S curve in the toilet. It's a barrier against smell. Yeah. But we're talking about some pretty serious stuff tonight. The origin of the toilet, things like that.
What's really awesome, Zellfire, as far as solar, is the Fun Panel. Just Google it. Fun Panel on Google. And then that is for cooking. It's a solar cooker. That's amazing. I've used it to take on like the longest day of the year it might have been. But I took a whole chicken that from the freezer, put a little bit of spices on it, put some carrots in the pan, put it in the solar cooker for the day, and at the end of the day it was totally cooked and it was totally mouth-watering. And it was so good. And it's not Sun Panel, it's Fun Panel, F-U-N, because it's lots of fun. You will need cardboard, aluminum foil, a little bit of chicken wire, aluminum foil and glue to start off with, and water. And yes, I cooked it in the sun, no electricity. No solar panel. It was a solar cooker. It was fantastic, and it was actually some of the designs. If David doesn't mind, I'll tell you.
No, we don't have to talk about it. No,
but
we can talk about Fun Panel though.
Awesome.
We don't want to give any notoriety to anybody in particular, especially him. Yeah, this is the Fun Panel solar cooking thing, and we'll show it to you here. It's being used in Africa to help people cook in the heat of the day, as opposed to using coal.
So
wood.
One thing that you want to do is though you create like this. So this is the Fun Panel. Actually, it was created by this like Chinese guy or Japanese guy who's like into origami.
Yeah.
So you fold it a certain way, but it's tinfoil and cardboard. But what really is the design is the different folds in it to create this like parabolic kind of surface. It's a total great life hack. And then you the pot looks like it's floating because you put like a little ring. You can make a little ring out of chicken wire, but just a little something to elevate the pan so that the sun hits the metal underneath and reflects up into it.
Yep.
And it's really I've used it, and I tell you, I have literally cooked a full chicken in there.
And it has to be a black container because that absorbs the most heat, and the black heats up. And sometimes people put plastic bags around it. That creates another convection zone.
I'm not saying there's anything new here, 328. I'm just saying more and more people should be using these.
Yeah, I mean, I would not mind having something like that in my bug out bag.
No, I had a big pot that I made it in.
Yep. We've experimented with it, but carrying stuff like that on the highway is totally doable. You can make it and fold it up and have it ready to go and have a little, something to cook in. It'd be very cool to do. Yeah.
Just Google Fun Panel and you can get all the designs.
You'll need to know this when you deal with the apocalypse that's obviously coming, according to Donald Trump.
So the glue, you glue down aluminum foil to it, and you just mix your glue mixture, just regular school glue, like half school glue and half water, and like use a paintbrush to paint it on to make it stick, the aluminum foil to stick to the cardboard.
I want to try it with Mylar. I want to try it with Mylar because Mylar is even more reflective.
Good. Sure.
Mylar is even more reflective. I was talking to a solar panel guy the other day, and he said that white reflects better than aluminum for solar panels.
I've heard that.
When solar panels you put around them, instead of putting aluminum on them, have just white around the solar panels, and they'll bounce off into the solar panels, giving them more energy. So, yeah, I was quite... Unless you're doing a concentrated solar panel where it has to be a parabolic, clear...
Wow, 328.
Or reflective surface, looks aluminum.
You can buy Mylar on eBay. You can buy a whole lot for a low price.
Yeah. Well, take a break. You've had a good night. Thank you. I'm all set for the remainder of the show. You really don't have to be in here a long night,
Okay.
Because you really have to rest. She was kind of burnt out yesterday. We gave her a little break, and she needs to rest and watch shows on Netflix. And this is what she, wants to do, and I don't blame her. I would too, but I'm too enwrapped in this discussion, this intense discussion with our chatters here tonight.
Oh, man. You're welcome, Zellfire. Yeah, I think I have some kind of flu. I think I'm getting over it, though. I am sore.
Really? Well, you haven't had the high heat stage. You're not overly hot yet.
Yeah, I'm not overly hot. I think I'm just sore from work.
Yeah, it could be like a really burnt out feeling, yeah. Sometimes you get to a certain point and you crash like water. And then you have to come back. And you get out of the crash of water.
I was on a crest last week and then...
Be water, my friend. Yeah, you were like riding
crashing.
High. I know.
I was riding high. But it's all good. It's okay to crash.
We got free shipping on our computer. Of course, we paid $700 for it, but...
Sometimes it's true. Good night, Misanthropy. Good night, Zellfire. And good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Dr. Meow and all my friends. All my virtuals.
Thank you, Sarah.
Virtual peeps.
Yay, Sarah, thank you. That was awesome. A great event talking to Sarah about all the things that matter to her, from her perspective. It's good. It's really good. I'm more interested in building the Death Star out here. I believe we can get busy working on it since we've been to the moon and back and forth, and we could easily make that happen. Yeah. Look, I'm a person who hardly ever uses a bad word, but you've forced me into using a couple bad words in the show. And I'm not going to apologize for it. I think it's kind of a nice tool I'm using now. Yeah, 305, you're on record. Well, no, I think the moon is, frankly, irrelevant. We need to start building the Death Star. That's much better. Well, the NASA administrator, top guy, just said, the director, 2 years ago, he said that we're never going to mine the moon. So we need to get busy on our Death Star and the Death Star executor, the mini Death Star. Once you build your mini Death Star, then you build your big Death Star. We should get the Mexicans to pay for the Death Star. Exactly. Good point. Look at 450, you're starting to sound like Caesar, okay? Only Caesar would be picking on 305 like this. Okay, 305, rectal exam had his feelings hurt. You have been terminated. He's eluding me. We'll tell you what, if he says one more thing, we'll ban him, okay? It's too much of a problem to going back in the chat and finding his name. Is that a joke? No. I don't make cannibal jokes here. We don't allow jokes about Helen Keller. I have a lot of respect for her. The truth shall set you free. So true. It's always been a motto I live by. You've been warned, 305. Yeah. So a lot of you are getting excited tonight, so I thought I'd have a little fire show for you. Whoopee! I was going to play some of my music because it's really amazing stuff. I'm channeling with a woman, and she seems to have this beautiful voice. Yeah. No, jokes don't get you banned. Only Caesar discussions get you banned here. Yeah, I don't want a discussion about somebody who doesn't, really, we don't even know what's going on. What's this? Gonna make you feel good. Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
But you give me all I need to be satisfied. 'Cause of you, I would try to keep my appetite for free life.
Thank you. And that was original content from something I developed on Magix. A free program, Magix.com has this. Lardo? Who's Lardo? Okay, here we go. We've got a question here about the sun panel. Let me show you how easy it is to cook with this thing. You have to use an oven bag, though. Now that container is fine, but if you put an oven bag around it, it gets even hotter faster. And I designed one of these. It actually looked pretty cool. I had a little suitcase. I had it out back for a while. I was ready to take it on the road. What I want to do is make something I can collapse and put in my bug-out bag for prepping for the apocalypse. Yeah. It does not work at night. Why would you think it works at night? It'll get your ID'd out there, and they'll see you from above. The helicopters will see you. You got to get it undercover at night. Yeah. Well, the nice thing about it is it's a radiant barrier, and if you invert it over your body, the thermoscopes can't see you. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? It duels as a radiant barrier cover, so you can't be seen by thermoscopes. As you know, when cybernetics takes over, robocops will be roaming the earth with thermographic capability, watching any warm body. Robots will not necessarily have a heat signature like humans. Mr. Anderson. 305, we've got you on check. So far, so good. He's under control. Yeah. You got to be prepared. I'm a super prepper, and I just showed people Thursday night how to make a survival food with Y2K supplies. It's not going to be the end of the world if you're prepared.
Bad. Very bad.
Yes, but you will have bad experiences. Now, one of the common misnomers, and thank you, I'm entertaining, clever, and brilliant. One of the common misnomers is that you should trade with people. So you'll hear people say, oh, you should buy some cigarettes, they're good for trading, and alcohol is good for trading. That is ridiculous. I do not look like Ron Perlman. God, how can you say that? But do not trade with anybody until you know you're safe. Is it safe? Yeah, I'm left-handed. It's true. This guy looks like a massive mountain man from the deep woods. I mean, comparing me to a mountain man from the deep woods is intense. I don't look a bit like this guy. It's crazy to think that I look like this guy. He's got a much longer face than I do. No. And he has that psychotic look in his eyes. You know, it's like, I have a much different look. My eyes are spread apart. His are beady and rodent-like. I have a much more balanced face than he does. I am rejecting his face. Thank you. I heard Bill Nye is a fake science guy. He's actually a, you got that psychotic look. Yeah, I think that Bill Nye may very well be a shill for Monsanto. He may be receiving a check monthly, because now he supports GMOs. I wonder if they made him a deal like, Mr. Bill Nye, you know, you've been coming out pretty hard against Monsanto, and, you know, we got some people that are working pretty hard to get genetically modified food to get a good rap, you know? Because initially he didn't like genetically modified food, and now he thinks it's the best thing ever. He's a TV actor, yeah. He's just like I was the original Max Headroom, yeah. Max Headroom was built off of a comedy routine I did in 1978. I'm pretty sure of it. Bill Nye knows nothing about global warming. He doesn't even talk about chemtrails. Can you imagine? If you're not tuned into chemtrails, we've got a discussion for you. We could talk about that all next week. Well, actually, I was kind of like Max Headroom on stage. I shifted about 25 gears in 15 minutes, and it blew people away. In 1978, I did an amateur night at the Comedy Store with a wannabe comedian that thought he was funny. And people were blown away by my act. Not necessarily the other guy. But, hey, tell John that he's fine to say hello to me, but don't talk about him in my show. All right? We don't allow other people talking about other people. You know? Michio Kaku, I mean, what a shill. I mean, the guy doesn't even talk about chemtrails. You know who I really think is not even real? This has been the newest theory I came up with last week. His name is Stephen Hawking, and I don't believe he's alive. Now take a look at this video done in NASA of him floating him around. Now he's being floated around by the NASA crew. He doesn't move at all, not a stitch of movement. It's very simple to replicate this type of a person. Trying to get it. I'm trying to still frame it so I can see his face. But yeah, everything about him seems fake, like they put a dummy together. It'd be how easy it would be to have an image of Stephen Hawking, like a body of Stephen Hawking. There he is for a cameo. I mean, his face could be plastic. Anybody who's standing there, like smiling, like you can only imagine, and he's speaking through a computer program, and you can hear him speaking. Hello, you are very nice looking. You are a very pretty woman. Could you show me more of yourself? Could you bend over? Take your panties off. I'm saying he's a complete AI robot, yeah. And I might want to remind you that even Stephen Hawking, in his infinite stupidity, doesn't talk about chemtrails, which they are dumping on your head every day. So Stephen Hawking is an AI who's putting out a message defined by the elitists, and he talks about how we have to get off this island and how aliens exist and blah, blah, blah. Show me an alien. Anybody? Show me one credible picture of an alien. You just run into the alien agenda put out by the American government. They have put AI in robots. Are you serious? This is a joke, right? You think that AIs are not in robots. They're in robots, dude. Wow, what year are you living in? 1960? Wow. Technology's screaming ahead at all levels, but we haven't yet developed our dark star here. We've been to the moon and back many times. We haven't developed our dark star. I have 50 million views on YouTube. Is that like YouTube? Is that like a hot tub gathering place? Like the Hot Tub Time Machine. That was actually a pretty good movie. Well, it's possible that we are visiting ourselves, that our future generations are coming back in time. I'm more inclined to believe that time travel exists from the top down. Scientists and physicists have determined that time travel theoretically could exist. Excuse me. We may also have a parallel universe. There might be something out there. I do believe that CERN is reaching a point where they're trying to break through the God barrier. They're trying to go into a different time and space using a wormhole. CERN reactor may very well become a problem. Yes, this is my real hair. I showed you the earlier side when I flipped it. It didn't look that great. And now it's reached a level 10 plus, my hair. I told you I was going to switch sides. Not a wormhole. That's something you came from. No, a wormhole. I know. So you can see your family that's gone through a wormhole? I don't know. But I mean, it's close to the time-space continuum that we could ever get. That situation I was telling you about, how the plane that crashed in the Alps a couple of years ago they claimed that the pilot was locked out by the co-pilot and all 150 people died. Well, it didn't happen that way, I don't think. It was 100 miles from CERN reactor when it crashed. And at the same time it crashed, there was a magnetic failure at the CERN reactor. Same time, exact same time, the magnets failed. So we're dealing with a power that could easily pull any metal object down from the sky 100 miles in all directions. So when I heard about the cockpit recording, the data had been acquired by news services within 2 hours of the plane crashing. I told you I'm developing a new technology. I'm actually teaching something. I'm putting together a show for Blog Talk Radio on how to stay younger. Yeah, age reversal therapy. It's called ART. Don't try to copyright that name. You can't copyright the word art. I tried. Yeah, age reduction therapy, age reversal therapy, age regression therapy, all of that comes under the heading of ART. And age regression tips, too. Well, yeah. But the key is to constantly nourish your body with good, solid vitamins. That's serious. And maintain... No, nobody can copyright the birthday song either, I heard. But there's a key to stopping the cellular breakdown in your body. I am making the information up as I go. I have 185 IQ. I'm tapping into international thought processes in my head. Look, I'm just pulling what I think is intelligent common sense together to make what I think is a good tutorial on how to stay younger feeling and younger looking. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. See, I am worth 185 pesos. Whoopsie daisy looks like that exists already. Whoopsie daisy, uh-oh. Age reversal therapy has already been patented, so I can't use that as my name. Now, I knew there was a lot of stuff out there, thanks. Well, the NSI stem cell technology is in its infancy, though. You can call for a consultation with a patient coordinator. But no, this is going to be a tutorial, so I'll come up with just ART. It'll be called ART. Oh, now this is not age reversal therapy. This is age regression therapy. Big difference. Yeah, completely different name. So we're going with age regression therapy. Well, yes, you and... right. Dorian Gray, right? So your name is Dorian Gray and you just happen to be here? Welcome. Great story, The Legend of Dorian Gray. Fantastic. I read that book. Well, yeah, splashing holy water in your face whenever you go into the church. There's no real law against Catholics splashing it on their face. Yeah. Once you genuflect, then you dip your hand down and splash it and go... and then get blessed with the godly, healing water. It's probably tap water with plenty of fluoride in it. Dave, there you go, an acronym. Energy and reliability, Sponheim has shown campaigning at least 5 days a week is extraordinary. Try 6 days a week. For the past 3.5 years, and ever since the anti-war rally. Isn't that pretty cool? Of the 9 years we're doing this, 3.5 have been anti-war rally Saturdays. Try You Suck. What is that, a new product? Daver, how you doing, man? Water is, yes, absolutely beautiful. No, I'm not involved with the Lemon Party. I started America's Third Party in 2008. I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. Rockefeller, Puppet Tillerson reads his war script. Thank you. He's a Rockefeller guy, that's for sure. And a big data breach.
With each successive detonation and missile test, North Korea pushes Northeast Asia and the world closer to instability and broader conflict. A nuclear attack on Seoul or Tokyo is real, and it is likely only a matter of time before North Korea develops the capability to strike the U.S. mainland. Indeed, the DPRK has repeatedly claimed it plans to strike. Given that rhetoric, the United States cannot idly stand by. All options for responding to future provocation must remain on the table. Diplomatic and financial levers of power will be backed up by a willingness to counteract North Korean aggression with military action, if necessary. We much prefer a negotiated solution to this problem, but we are committed to defending ourselves and our allies against North Korean aggression. This new pressure campaign will be swiftly implemented and painful to North Korean interests.
All right, and this is the lead Google story. Rex Tillerson, the guy that wouldn't prosecute 17,000 child molestations in the Boy Scouts. He wants more UN sanctions over North Korea's nuclear arms, warns time is short. Why did it all of a sudden get short under the Trump administration, whereas it wasn't really short under the Obama administration? Anyone have any clue? Because Trump is trying to use this to deflect your concern about his Russian connections, which the government is still investigating. That's why. De-aging algorithm visualizing age. Dave, I like that. Bingo. Thank you. You don't mind if I use it, do you? Thank you very much. Good work. We are appreciating you, Bingo. B-I-N-G-O. B-I-N-G-O. And Bingo. What? Do one for Bingo, too. Hazel eyes, yes. Green. How did you know? Tillerson is not a bad dude. He's an evil son of a beep. Yeah. Worse than bad, dude. Yeah, way worse. This guy is sucking up to Kissinger and the whole New World Order plan to take down every single obstacle. North Korea is posing a problem. If they don't use, this is the deal, if they don't use our might to take down Kim Jong-un right now, and that's what he believes, I'm sorry, Dave, I cannot do that. Close the pod bay doors, Hal. So seriously, if we don't step it up and really nuke the crap out of North Korea and take out all those innocent lives that are people sitting there, the world is going to somehow fall into the hands of this evil empire called North Korea. That's basically his logic. So he thinks killing innocent people in North Korea with attacks like the Moab, an air fuel bomb over Pyongyang would turn it into dust in a matter of minutes. That wouldn't be very pretty. Of course, there's only a few people living there, and they're blessed people, because they've been divinely appointed to live in Pyongyang to show how beautiful North Korea is. But in reality, he's not even thinking about the end result. North Korea has defenses, and we don't even know the extent of their defenses because China and Russia have drifted from close contact over the years. Thank you. I'm glad you like my entertainment and broadcast and news information. And Rectal Exam says we can just bomb them with a cousin of the mother of the brother of all bombs. Yeah, the CMB-BOMB. MOAB. Yeah. Well, and so Trump already said he was going to plot an assassination with SEAL Team 6, which is a violation of SEAL Team 6's national security. He's violated national security there, Trump did. And then he said that we're going to send our fleet to the North Korean waters, which was, again, a violation of national security. And thankfully, our leaders, run by Secretary of Defense Mattis, and I have some faith that this guy's going to pull through, our defenses actually have done what they need to do. They went in the opposite direction to what Trump said. And they released a press release saying they got their wires crossed. Our military never gets their wires crossed. They're probably pissed at the top about Trump revealing their activities. Trump cannot possibly continue telegraphing his actions and expect our military to catch up. I feel bad for our military, frankly, because this guy is out of control. What I found is the mere fact that Donald Trump is trying to avoid the Russian connection from getting revealed by using world war scenarios is extremely frivolous and dangerous and puts all of our nations at risk. Donald Trump is responsible for deaths now, lots of them. And he's going to be veritably responsible for a hell of a lot more deaths if he keeps moving in this direction. The response of North Korea could be very swift and dangerous. They're working on a potential EMP, electromagnetic pulse. If detonated, it could veritably put us back in the Dark Ages. I'm not saying this is something we should be afraid of, but they can't deploy anything farther than Seoul, or so their deployment capability is minimized. What I believe we could do is open up a dialogue with Kim Jong-un and explain the seriousness of our intent to not destroy his country, but open up pathways to getting him better economic support and getting him and Iran on the talking table with arms reduction. Begin the process. But as we offer the stick of violence in the background, we offer the carrot of some sort of diplomacy that would lead to food aid for his people, making him appear a greater, sell him on the idea of him being a greater negotiator and diplomat than his father, even though his father was a great negotiator and diplomat in his own right. It'd be a big move to kind of cater to his ego a little bit, because he really does have a chance to actually reverse the tide of North Korea. He's sitting on a possible, not an opening, but a chance to bolster his self-esteem as a great leader and open up a better economy for his people. And all he would have to trade in exchange would be a little bit of shared communications, not even us entering his country, but shared communications about where he wants to go with his nuclear program. He may want to modernize for electricity. I mean, he has a country of millions of people that need to be, electrified. We have to find a pathway to communicate with this man. There's no other option. Attacking his country at this point is going to put Seoul, South Korea in danger, as well as Japan. And we would be very foolish to do that. But again, if you want all-out war and you people think that we should just hit him with all of our power, a fuel air bomb, SEAL Team 6, direct strategic forces in Pyongyang taking out him and his family, sure. I don't see any of you volunteering for this option. Hi, Ivanka. Welcome. Ivanka came to the show. She's been wondering what I've been saying about her activities with sending the 59 Tomahawks over there to Idlib. I just think we need to have our facts straight before we send Tomahawks. So Donald Trump may want to pause for a second and make sure he knows all the people involved have had their words said about who died in this gassing attack. We need to show a strong defense, and the best way to show a strong defense is to at least be somewhat offensive. No question about it. But Trump isn't offering any kind of a conciliation. You see, we need to offer conciliation in order to make Kim Jong-un feel more powerful. And I don't mean to cater to his ego, but let's face it, he really is the leader of millions of people by his birthright. And he's behaving as a somewhat of an untethered wild card. Trump is too. And two wild cards in the mix don't make for stable relations. So Trump is approaching this all wrong. He should have taken China's advice in stopping the war games as an overture of good faith, but he didn't. He went the opposite direction. He got more angry and more ready to attack, and he's made more outlandish statements about sending in SEAL Team 6. That's just a big mistake all the way around. That's great. So your anti-gravity book is floating. Ivanka and Jared's relationship is immaterial. I'm not like Steve Bannon, and I'm not trying to denigrate Jared Kushner. I'm not calling him names. I don't like the fact that his Goldman Sachs alliances lead to George Soros indirectly through cadre and the backing that George Soros has put in. So George Soros in the mix doesn't make me feel good about Jared and the Goldman Sachs people. But remember, everybody in the White House for the past 5 or 6 generations, administrations, have been Goldman Sachs cronies. We have a big, huge problem there. A lot of the swamp is still sitting right there. You know, that's your fantasy monkey times. In all respect to Ivanka and her father, I don't think either one of them really knew what they were getting into, frankly. Neither one of them had any idea of how complicated this role is for both of them. Jared, I'm sure, thinks he's doing the right thing by supporting the New World Order, and same with Ivanka. I don't think so. And I doubt they even know what I'm talking about. I doubt they even know what a New World Order is. Seriously. I mean, you could probably talk to Jared and he wouldn't know what you're talking about. He doesn't watch the internet. We don't have all this information sharing given to him in a silver platter. Google is in some sort of a witch hunt against what they call fake news sites, but Google is the instrument of our government. It's been controlled by In-Q-Tel for many years now, and DARPA has used Google as a way of censoring our news. So they can call an investigation into pedophilia in Washington fake news and call it Pizzagate and say you're not allowed to talk about it. And they'll ban your site on YouTube. So Google, like Facebook, has been under scrutiny for its role in the spreading of false and misleading news ever since the presidential election. Now they're using this as a way to stop fake news. This is a fake news story in and of itself. I mean, they're trying to create an attack on our sensibilities. We no longer have the ability to actually determine what's right and wrong, that they have to tell us what's right and wrong. Okay, 770 just said, this is insane. I spent the last 3 hours getting in. I got it. Thank you. 770, you're not alone. I'm so sorry. This movement has grown worldwide so fast that you can see that I'm being attacked nightly just by looking at the chat. You've met some of those Goldman Sachs people? Yeah, 770 he spent a long time trying to get in here. Do me a favor, 770, and yeah, don't post right now. Thank you. Okay, you can post now. I just think they're spinning the story about fake news because they don't want anyone to talk about Pizzagate and the pedophiles that are in Washington, D.C. that have been using their power to protect any investigations by the FBI. You watch on Channel 37 on your UHF dial. That's kind of cool. Good for you. Let's see what we have here. Server not found. Natural News. A whole series of things from Natural News have been purged by Google. Case in point. Look at that. Yeah. They've been getting rid of all the good stories. Natural News does a good job of revealing things. Yeah. Women conned into unnecessary double mastectomies by doctors who misrepresent genetic testing, warn Stanford researchers. I have heard this is so true, Scissorfight. Women get a second opinion on your breast cancer because is FBI Director Comey corrupt? I think in every way he is, yeah. Donald Trump doesn't know what to do with him because remember, he supported Comey. Even though Comey made some ridiculous moves, Comey forced Hillary out of the election by making statements about her 5 days before the election. Six years ago, I retired in 2010. Going on 7 years ago. That's when I stopped. Well, link is good, not for me. Let me try it again. Hang on. Yeah, there it is. Okay, got it. Yeah, the whole idea of this theory that, even digital mammography is the only way to go. If you've ever heard or talked to a woman who's been through a mammogram, they take their breasts and press them so close together in the machine that it is like breast torture, your worst nightmare. It's pathetic. And ultrasound has proven to be a very benign, non-intrusive way of finding large amounts of mass of tissue. And if you have that, then a needle biopsy would be the way to go. Then they would know if they wanted to do a lumpectomy. But to take your breasts, that's extreme and unnecessary. The decision to undergo a double mastectomy is not one that is made lightly, but is one that countless women have had to face over the years. The number of women undergoing the procedure has increased dramatically since 2013, when famed actress Angelina Jolie revealed that she'd have both of her breasts removed due to a mutated BRCA1 gene, which can reportedly increase the risk of breast cancer by 87%. And millions of women are getting tested. But a study from Stanford explains a surprising number of women undergoing bilateral mastectomies or the removal of both breasts don't actually have the genetic mutations linked to an increased risk of cancer. According to the researchers, the increased accessibility and affordability of genetic testing has come with the consequences. Genetic testing results have become more confusing than ever. Why? Because now gene panels can test for a host of different genetic mutations or variations, and those results can be hard to understand if you don't have a trained genetic counselor to assist with blah, 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 blah. 50% of them had genetic variants of uncertain significance. Well, bottom line is, get a second opinion and a third opinion. I'm not a doctor, and I know I'm giving you medical advice, but I've talked to a lot of people who've had their breasts removed, and it's not something that necessarily had to be done. I met a woman who didn't have any procedures done, and she died within a year, too. So I want to give you both sides of the story. I knew a woman very close to where I'm living right now who was a beautiful woman. And she died at like 47 years old from breast cancer. It's not pretty. So the efforts to mitigate that would, lumpectomies obviously are better than no removal of tumors. So when a doctor's pushed and shoved, he'll say, yeah, I'll give you a lumpectomy and put you on radiation and chemo or tamoxifen. But radiation can be very hard on your body. It can cause eruptions in your blood vessels. You could get heart disease. And I doubt seriously if radio-oncologists are doing enough work there to prevent that from happening. I think there's a lot of incredible fraud going on in the healthcare industry, and they do it for money. A U.S. push for tougher North Korean approach faces resistance. Russia and China reject the U.S. approach at the UN Security Council. North Korea launches another missile test. Russia and China are not on the same page with Rex Tillerson and Donald Trump. So Donald Trump and Rex Tillerson are doing Kissinger's work, and they're getting resistance from Russia and China. We'll see. It's not something we're going to see bilateral support on. Someone did the math. Thank you. I had to clear the chat there. Well, a lot of you are not aware, but the food you're eating has everything to do with how your body's going to respond. Okay, Twitch streamer just swatted. I don't feature Twitch streamers. Sorry. Twitch is a worthless site, has no value in my eyes. Well, I've been swatted myself, and what I'm going to issue forth is complete sensitivity training, including a new procedural routine they have to go through to verify a swatting before they go out and do it. I self-check every day, to see if I have any growths on my testicles. Testicles. Hang on. So I got this battery backup system because of the computer crisis that happened to us recently. And I was checking it out. It's pretty good for $45. You're self-checking right now? Cool. For $45, it'll give me 45 minutes of battery backup for my new computer we're hooking up. Okay, we've got a statement by somebody in the chat claiming that they know our swatter. I'll keep that in record, thank you. I'm going to add it to the notes too. Okay, thank you. Print screen. All right. Yeah, we try to keep track of these things because the police aren't doing enough to stop the swatting. That's for sure. And we'll do everything I can to get a sensitivity training. A variety of things have to be said. One, we want to make sure the shoot to maim policy is put front forward in getting these people educated. Shoot to maim means you don't shoot somebody to kill them, you shoot them to maim them. Big difference. Right now, their shoot to kill policy is leading to over 1,200 deaths a year from cop kills. Yeah, it's serious. Good evening, Jeff. Hi, Jeff Boston. Well, our swatting event was unnecessary, and they completely didn't follow procedure. They should have looked in the file and found my whole history and checked my voice print against the print of the caller. And all they had to do was go on our website to listen to me. It took them an hour to do that, but they'd already gathered around our house with $30,000 with investment and had their AR-15s on me or anyone they thought was a live active shooter in our area. And they were looking at me with fear. I'm a really calm guy, and I wasn't freaked out openly, but it freaked me out in long term. I mean, I'm suffering from the effects of it, but I have in no way shown any weird reaction. I was compliant, did everything they told me to do. It only took 10 minutes, too. And 15 SWAT guys were in the house and out in a matter of about 10 minutes. And they searched the home without a search warrant. They didn't ask me for a search. They didn't say they had a search warrant. They told me that to just get out and lay on the grass and cuff me. About 15 people. We have photographs of the whole incident from our security camera. So what's strange is they didn't post an incident report about the event, which makes them legally liable for the event. So I'm in the process of investigating my rights in this matter. Even though it's 2 years into it, we can pursue a real case. But no, they were holding AR-15s on me with the laser sightings, and they were like, "Come on, man!" And they were scared. I couldn't believe how they were sweating. It was just unbelievable how frightened these poor guys were. I felt sorry for them because, I mean, it's probably one of their first SWAT events that they went out on because they acted like, they could have pulled the trigger at any time. It's kind of scary when you see people with their finger trigger and they're shaking and they're sweating. Yeah, the SWAT teams these aren't SWAT teams. These are local sheriffs being trained in a 2 or 3 day course in SWAT. I've never done anything to provoke anybody. I was a victim of some sick kid calling up and threatening, claiming they were me. Now, all they had to do is run my voice print against the kid, and they would have known instantly this is a joke. So there's a lot of liability here. A lot. And I haven't even begun to quantify the liability. Because it wasn't just one incident. There were 3 incidents where they came to my house and bothered me. The first incident, I gave them my phone number, and they never even called it in advance of coming out. The follow-up incident, 1 week later, we had a situation with the sheriff. It was unbelievable. So we're trying to piece it all together and figure out exactly what happened. I've got incident reports for the first and the third encounter, but not the actual swatting. There's been no incident report filed. We don't know who the kid is. That's the point. Well, look, I never had a problem with their procedure. The procedural behavior was spot on. I even commended them on their procedural behavior. The protocol was where they really blew it. I mean, there's about 3 criminal code violations they violated, which would be added to my report. So nothing is good about being swatted by anybody. We ran for office. Sarah ran for office in 2008. We had to put our public records location in official public disclosure. And once it's in, it can never be removed. So once you run for office, your address is public knowledge, and there's nothing the government will do to stop that. I would like to take a couple months off to go on an overdue vacation, but we'll be casting from, wherever. If we go on vacation, we'll be casting from motels and whatnot. I'm sure that somebody like Corrine Brown, a Democratic representative from Florida's 5th District, for 4 years has multiple fraud and conspiracy charges for diverting contributions from the scholarship charity One Door for Education to herself. It's going on all over the place, crazy horse. Yeah, this is so common where politicians are siphoning off of everything. We were swatted about 2 years ago, yeah. No, I could go on a whirlwind vacation in the United States because I really don't want to travel outside the country because of, obviously, flights aren't safe for me. I have solid knowledge that the auto navigation systems of airlines can be hacked. I talked to a guy who developed the system for Boeing. Yeah, and I can't go on a plane knowing full well that I could be targeted by somebody who wants to eliminate me, and then I would be responsible for the death of all the people on the plane. That's too heavy of a burden for me. I mean, I can lose my life doing what I'm doing, but if I take a plane down with me, I don't want to bear that responsibility. So, and I would never hurt anybody. So I don't trust the auto navigation systems. I would never fly in a plane where I'm targeted, and consequently, I could be targeted on any plane. So I won't be doing any live shows from New York. I won't be doing any live shows from San Francisco unless they are willing to wait a few days for me to get there. You know, plus I have to have my full security force paid for in advance. So there's a lot of contingencies for me to travel. On Fox, they're arguing whether U.S. citizens have enough guns to defend themselves. Yeah, I think people need guns. No, I would never fly because, like I said, I could easily be targeted and somebody could take down the auto navigation system of that plane. And then everybody in the plane goes down with me. You think I'm going to put the lives of other people at risk by taking some frivolous flight somewhere? Hell no. Screw that. I care too much about humanity and others to do that. Trump gives a super mighty major speech to the NRA, according to Dave Atkin. Ooh, super mighty.
Everybody,
Dave Atkin. You lose, Chi-Chi. He sounds different when he goes outside. You notice that? Day by day. Oh, we'll put that off later. Thank you. I'm not going to... No, I can drive places. I'm capable. I have a fully bulletproof equipment, and I can go anywhere I want. But I don't really need to get in a plane and fly. I used to fly all the time. I don't want to take that risk. When I found out that they can definitely hack into auto navigation systems, hell no, I'm not going to get in a plane. Look, if they could tell me where MH370 is, and what happened to the black box or the orange box of MH370, that'd be great. But they can't. Nobody has any answers to that. I do. I know what happened to MH370 because I pieced it together logically, but...
Testimony in the federal corruption trial against former Congresswoman Corrine Brown wrapped up. Now, the trial is taking place in the federal courthouse right behind me. And today, a lot happened. The jury was seated, opening statements were made, and the government called its first two witnesses to the stand to testify. And a lot is on the line for the former Congresswoman who served 12 terms in Congress. Corrine Brown is looking at the possibility of spending up to 357 years in prison, essentially the rest of her life behind bars, if she's convicted of the 22 counts against her involving conspiracy and mail-in wire fraud and filing false tax returns. Now, what you're looking at right here was right before court started this morning. She was greeted by a group of pastors who came together to pray for her and to sing with her, and she got pretty emotional.
I feel like the ministers are here today, this morning, to pray for me as I get ready to go in the courtroom, and I think that is the key.
Now, all along, Brown has maintained her innocence, but the government says this comes down to two things: corruption and greed, and that Brown knowingly used money from the bogus charity One Door for Education to line her pockets and to sustain a lavish lifestyle. The defense, though, says the former Congresswoman put absolute trust in her former Chief of Staff, Ronnie Simmons, who was by her side for 30 years, and that it was him who was responsible for this scheme and that he took advantage of her, and she did not know what was happening with One Door for Education. We have team coverage for you tonight, and we want to begin with my colleague Clark Foraker, who was in the courtroom today and has more on day one. Clark?
The jury got a taste of just how tedious this trial is going to be because of the two witnesses they heard from this afternoon.
Thanks for that link. This is pretty good. What really concerns me is they're going after her. What they're not going after Donald Trump for getting bribes from Betsy DeVos to become the Secretary of Education. I don't understand. Cup, you're taking advantage here. That's inappropriate. Yeah, you really messed up because now I got to read all the chat here. Hang on. Nice suit. Okay. Nigel Farage shouts down, Hungary, come and join the Brexit Club. Okay. Well, it's funny how Nigel has the ability to be a naysayer about, the EU, which is fine, because I'm against the EU as well, on many different levels. But I support NATO, and I in no way want to see any fragmentation of the solidarity that the NATO alliances have. But Nigel Farage adding to this mix without actually becoming prime minister is kind of strange. It's like he's becoming a gadfly, a naysayer. I would like to see something more substantive from him. Trump is not the issue. Our country is the issue. This is not about Trump. Trump is standing in the way, and you put him there. You voted for him. Do I own an Ethereum? Yes, serial killer, you're very important. Well, it would help if I knew what an Ethereum was. I'd know if I had loaned one, wouldn't it? Ethereum stole the show at Microsoft's New York City demo day. No, I don't have an Ethereum. But thanks for sharing. Dimitris Nallings, Pulse Nightclub's crisis actor, the dimmest bulb in the box. Okay. Thanks, Scissorfight. I don't really, 7 ways Facebook is bad for your mental health. I'm going to have to wait on that link just for a second. It would be great if I could bring this in instantaneously and process everything. Let me see if I got it. Psychology Today. So How I See the World is going to talk about Dimitris Nallings. Yeah, I just think a lot of people attacking congresswomen like her is fine, but if we're not going to get straight and get Trump processed with an indictment for bribery, I don't see why we're even going after Congress at this point. Not that I don't want to, but we need to start dealing with the top-down corruption. All the little middle players is irrelevant. Thank you for loving me, but that just cost you a ban. Later. You ever get nervous from talking about all this stuff, David? No. I don't have any problems communicating my real self to everybody because I am the truth guy. I deliver the truth every night. My whole life has been about the truth, and it's been kind of ironic that people accuse me of being a scam artist when I've never made a penny on this show or anyone for that matter. It's weird. It's like I've cut through all the BS of corruption in our society with this truth, and this truth will set us free. I can tell you that if we don't deal with the chemicals being dropped on our heads, the industrial pollution that's an inevitable reality from people making money and exploiting people, if we don't get a handle on the destruction of our planet internationally, and I don't mean collectively, I mean individually, each nation dealing with their problems, because I don't believe in a global new world order. Yeah, well, this is more than just what you think. I'm I'm not crazy, and Vaughn is not just censoring me. He's actually committing crimes. That's my take. That's my opinion. No, there's no healthy chemicals they're dropping. They're making you lethargic. They're making you like dullards. They're dumbing you down. They're spraying pesticides to fight mosquitoes. What they're doing is killing off you and causing lung cancer in the population. Good evening. Yes. DT, hello. Mark Vaughn believes we have hundreds of millions more regular users on YouTube. Ironically, he's right, but he deflects them, and he doesn't allow them into the chat. Mark has been inundated by countless attempts to get into his chat room by millions of people because of our show. Gotcha. Is that the real Diane? Yeah, that's the real Diane. She's here. In the chat room experience. So anyway, back to Stephen Hawking being an artificial dummy. It'd be very easy to create a CPR-looking doll with a smile on your face. Well, yeah, I'm the headliner, but I'm not trying to be the headliner. I just am. Thanks for explaining Ethereum, but I'm not that interested in wasting hundreds of thousands of dollars. Thanks. Thanks you for sharing. Yeah, it's easy to make something like that look real. We're being a cyber attacked because the elites know that we have grown so fast and so large that they can't control us. They're probably going to be scheduling a meeting to decide whether they should assassinate me or let me succeed. I wouldn't doubt they're having that meeting this weekend. Like I said, I don't think Stephen Hawking is alive.
When you talk through a digital communicator, you can fake someone's living or not living.
He never moves his mouth. If he could move his mouth, that'd be different. Do you have any photographs of him moving his mouth or anything? They claim he talks through his tongue. Okay, thank you. You're going to have the meeting this weekend and you're voting to keep me. Appreciate it. Well, I'm not so bad. I mean, I'm pretty open to logical solutions. But agendas where depopulation is on their agenda, genocide, I won't sign on any of that. You know, I'm not trained in CPR. I know how to do it, but I'm not trained in it. Hawkins has a couple kids, I thought. I'm 1 point higher than Stephen Hawking, yes. Yeah, I know. Just because you're not paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. All right, that's great. Yeah, I think we had some fun music earlier that I was playing. This is the new thing that they do. This was done before, where they come in and they send I put our name out there in some 4chan site for homosexuals. This is how they do it.
You don't understand. I've got proof. They need proof. I've seen it. I've seen it happening. They've got to tell people. Tell them what? The ocean's dying. The plankton's dying. It's people. Soylent Green is made out of people.
Okay, we've got a picture of... I don't mute people with opposing views. Only you. And you in particular. Yeah, I'm not singling anyone out except for you. Okay, we got a classic photograph here that sums up North Korea's got the sights on Mattis, General Mattis, our Secretary of Defense. Sad, but true. Yeah, why is Donald Trump creating such a ruckus? GoFundMe, I don't buy your story, okay? Yeah, I don't believe weed's causing your lungs to collapse. North Korea doesn't even really exist. That's pretty funny. Well, aren't you special? Good for you, man. I don't think the military... well, Donald Trump has given General Mattis the full control of the military, yes. Donald Trump doesn't want to be bothered with the little details, like intel reports. He just wants to get very, very, very serious about starting an attack on North Korea. The proof is in the pudding. That's where the proof is. Open up your pudding and find the proof. Well, the program is not, in my opinion, going to work. I'm basically in play right now. My moves have been orchestrated from very simple, logical framework of understanding. 8 years ago, I was faced with some crisis of sorts. I knew I was being censored by the mainstream media heavily. And I recognized the only way to do this was to grab a world audience and work my way back into our own media. So when I make my move into the media, which hasn't happened yet, I'll have attained the number one thing on my agenda, which is to crack the censorship. Once I crack the censorship, then I can move forward with a plan to solve problems logically and explain that to others as well. David Hockheim, there you go. That'd be pretty funny. I told you not to fund yourself, okay? Thanks. No, Trump won't be using any of the ideas he stole from me because he just wanted to use them to get elected. My ideas were much easier to listen to than actually implement. It takes brains to implement them. He doesn't have those brains to do that. The truth is, people have been saying the first 100 days of Trump have been the worst 100 days of any president on the planet. The vice president may...
What's up, everybody?
He may have some heavy pedophile vibes. Truth Virus is uncovering some stuff like what we talked about, Tory Smith last week. Tory Smith is a guy who's dead now, but he claimed that Mike Pence was a pedo from Indiana. I don't know. I can't corroborate that. Hockheim, yeah. So I should just get into kind of like a hospital gown and sit in a bed with my hands folded and talk through like a automatic speaking. Hello. You seem very nice. Am I the first to say that you are beautiful? Could you bend over? I would love to see the cleavage between your beep, beep, beep. You know, that kind of thing. It's probably some party gag. The Stephen Hawking party gag where he acts like he appears like he's real. Well, what tripped me off was the possibility that this guy could be a party gag for the elites. They have a computer attached to him. When I saw this picture of him on Jeffrey Epstein's orgy island, in the island of sin, this man, Jeffrey Epstein, has, known pedophile. I'm looking right here at, oh, there it is. Yeah. There he is. The artificial intelligence robot known as Stephen Hawking. Hello. You are very pretty. I want to be with you. Did anyone ever tell you you have lovely eyes? Yeah, that's him. At Jeffrey Epstein's. You know, the known pedophile who's a friend of Trump's? Yeah, check it out. I think it was 2006 or something. Yeah. Trump isn't even near what I am. I'm the real deal. Trump is a wannabe, two-faced liar who's catapulted himself to fame by lying and saying his ideas were obviously my ideas were his ideas. It's icky, I know. Yes, illiterate people can eat carbohydrates just like people who are literate. Eating the alphabet soup and digesting the food does not require the ability to read. You see, why would I even be running for president if I was a liar? You got liars all over Congress, you got liars right in front of you with Trump. How would I be offering anything different if I was a liar? How do you spend your time between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m.? Most of my time is spent recharging in my solar array unit. I am processing liquid hydrogen to run my primary CPU and ancillary organs. I just recharge during the day. You have complications? So sorry. I love your country too, Zellfire. What country do you live in? Thank you, DT. People were ragging on my hair earlier, and I said, wait till I flip it to the other side. This side is the best. The other side sucks. So for the first half of the show, you see the other sucky side, and this side, you see the better side. No, recharging means sojourning with nature, going outside, gardening. I don't watch TV during the day, I can tell you that. I don't have time for that. I only watch a little bit of television with Sarah at night, and I look forward to it at 10 o'clock, and then within 15 minutes she's asleep.
Listeners, subscribers, YouTube fan?
So I end up watching a show all the way to 10, 11 o'clock while she sleeps. But I like certain shows, so, it's like, it feels like I'm watching a show with Sarah, even though she's, crapped out. Laying down, resting. She works so hard, I don't blame her at all. It's like, but I do the show till 10. It's ridiculous. Aussie family has hunted like bank robbers for saving their child. Vaccines lies in Australia. PK Truth has a good story tonight featuring this. Thank you. Yeah, you can't sign in because you're being censored. I'm being censored. Yeah. 350 says, what's going on, Dave? How come I'm being censored? Yeah, thank you for coming in. Hey, we're working on another chat room. We should have something for you. Yeah. We have a chat room at America's Third Party. If you go in there, just click on it. These people are desperate. They don't know what to do with me. Mark Dice is a shill for the InfoWars group. I'm convinced of it. He gets paid a lot. Anybody who gets paid a lot on the internet is a shill, by definition. I know. Why is the word abbreviation so long?
Oh, he was always with Alex. Mark Dice is slated to take over for Alex, but he's nowhere as interesting as me.
I am broke, yeah. My primary mechanistic unit has been compromised. I have ordered a new CPU and it has arrived. I'll be hooking up our new unbroken computer probably tomorrow. Well, I'm going to be teaching people how to reverse age, Bingo. I've learned a whole lot of techniques, one of which is eat everything you desire. Yeah. I know. It seems ridiculous, doesn't it? What if you want ice cream? Eat some ice cream. What if you want a hot dog? Eat a hot dog. One of the reasons why you like hot dogs is the mustard. Mustard is known to have turmeric in it, which is linked to a longevity. I had an uncle who lived to be 96 years old, and he had 2 hot dogs a day, but he had plenty of mustard on it. I watched him. I ate a hot dog with my uncle. Why, yeah. I had an uncle in New England. Oh, sure. Oh, sure you did, Dave. I did. I used to visit my uncles, my great-uncles, too. They were 80s and 90s years old, and they all had hot dogs with mustard on them. I don't care. He ate 2 hot dogs a day and lived to be 96 with plenty of mustard. The turmeric is really good. You remind me of my Uncle Philip. Is that you, Billy? I've longed to be with my nephew. 4 activists arrested after lighting joints in front of the U.S. Capitol. You know, and D.C. is a legal city. It's just unbelievable. Ricardo Harven addressed C. Natalie DeLeon and other D.C. marijuana advocates gather at the Capitol grounds to urge Congress to consider district laws. Yeah. I thought they legalized marijuana in D.C. Well, let's be clear. How did Barack Obama get enough crack to get through the last 8 years of his presidency if they didn't legalize marijuana? Oh, yes, you are here now. Oh, golly. We have to take you down. Goodbye. You lasted longer than the other guy. Should vegetarians eat animal crackers? Some very heady questions are coming at us with it. Are you one of them genius? Are you a genius? Genius? Are you one of them there geniuses? You're pretty smart. Hi. Oh, you're an idiot. Well, that explains why you're so smart. I don't think anything's legit anymore. I think we're being led BS stories left and right. Well, I'm going to add PK's little thing here to my list of things we'll start at 10 o'clock with. He's good. This looks really good. Aussie family hunted by bank robbers for saving their child. Wow. Vaccine lies. And Rex Tillerson wants more UN sanctions over North Korea. Hello, welcome to Santa Marta, Peru. Hola, Marta. Hola, Santa Marta. I already digested the red and the blue pill, and now I've vomited them up, and I'm rebuilding the construct of my stomach. I'm not jealous of anybody. Yeah, that's a good question. Why is bra singular and panties plural? So true. Okay, David, did you hear about the tuna sanctions that Mexico's put on the U.S.? Yeah. Did you hear about the sewage dump in Tijuana River last week? I am the Matrix. Mr. Anderson. That's right. Tijuana had a leak of raw sewage into the waters outside of San Diego. Mr. Anderson, you smell the stench? Apparently, President Nieto was not too happy about Trump forcing him to pay for the wall. Are you brain dead? Of course the Holocaust happened. Millions died. Wake up. You're being led a lie. You should just go after the real problem, which are Zionists. Don't target innocent Jews. They were victims in this horrible slaughter of individuals. If you reject the existence of the Holocaust and you are anti-Zionist, you're missing the whole point. Hitler was a Zionist. Hitler was used by the powerful elite to create the State of Israel. Just do your research. He didn't even want to kill anybody. He was actually told to kill him by a mullah. I can't explain this as well as Netanyahu can. Benjamin, do you mind coming in and talking about this for a second? You don't mind, do you? Thank you. Thanks. Here he is. Benjamin Netanyahu, everyone.
And this attack and other attacks on the Jewish community in 1920 and 1921, 1929, were instigated by a call of the Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was later sought for war crimes in the Nuremberg trials because he had a central role in fomenting the final solution. He flew to Berlin. Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. He said, burn them. And he was sought in during the Nuremberg trials for prosecution. He escaped it. Later died in cancer after the war, died of cancer in Cairo. But this is what Haj Amin al-Husseini said. He said, the Jews seek to destroy the Temple Mount. My grandfather in 1920 seeks to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So this lie is about 100 years old.
There you have it. Directly from the leader of Israel. I recognize that the state of Israel is a strong nation. I do. But I in no way believe that they should be leading the world's global dynamic. What's going on in the Middle East is seemingly a result of Israel's Zionist coalition outside of Israel. A group of Ashkenazis that are nesting in our own White House with Trump, who's a Zionist, to try to do the bidding of world global dominators. And I'm not talking about Israel. I'm talking about the people that funded the state of Israel, that led to the state of Israel, the people that funded Hitler, that led to the death of countless ethnic minorities. So what I'm addressing is the scourge of the Jewish people, which are the Ashkenazis. That's, in my opinion, where the word Nazi came from. You can differ. But the Ashkenazis were very strong in Hitler's cabinet. Hitler was an Ashkenazi. His father was Jewish, but his mother was not. The two common things they have in common would be the lineage is not there. They have no lineage. Their mother's mother is not a relative of Abraham. And that matters to a lot of Jewish people. The Ashkenazis were the most greedy. They were solicited by the Jewish royalty in the 1500s and given jobs. And they called them court Jews, which was a lesser term than the Jewish royalty. But they, with their power of conniving and greed, they managed to make tons of money and become the richest family in the world, the Rothschild family. And they weren't even, the Rothschilds aren't even a real name. They created the name.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't.
Well, you want to get into this Can't Stop music? We can do that. Okay, we're coming to the end of our show anyway, so we might as well kind of roll with it. We'll do that. Yeah, well, I'm explaining it to you, 624. And the Ashkenazis, which would include the Rothschild family, they're wannabe Jews. So don't criticize good Jewish people who were victims in the Holocaust by denying the Holocaust, and then on top of it, condemning Israel, which is not necessary at this point. The power brokers, the monetary elitists that we call Zionists, are no longer working on a state of Israel. They're working on an entire territory. And let me explain to you real quick, and we'll get more into this tomorrow. No, I'm not a shill Zionist. No, and I'm not Jewish either. But I can tell you what I've detected from this is no group has a perfect reputation. No group of people in the world has a perfect reputation. But when you look at what their agenda is, you'll realize this is very nefarious, and it will lead to our involvement if Trump, the Zionist president that you elected, you people who are like white supremacists elected the Zionist, you should be ashamed of yourself. It's crazy. But essentially their goal is to take over the region outside of Israel. These people are not even Israelis per se. They are people that want to have global dominance over a very powerful area of the world. And that is to put a blue line, which is the pipeline that the Qatar-Turkey pipeline is U.S. backed, right through Syria, and it happens to coincide up in the upper region here with the pipeline that the Russians want to build through Syria too. So we're directly in conflict with Russia on this, and it's going to create a war, a ground war in Syria, and that's what the elitists want to do. They want to send our young men off to fight for this controlled territory, which they think is essential to a pipeline. This is absurd. I didn't fail to educate you about Trump. I went into detail throughout the past 3 years talking about all of his mistakes. I even had link lists for all of you to look at. You fell into play like a bunch of mindless idiots doing whatever you're told on TV. You actually believed Trump when he said he was anti-establishment. You believed him when he said he was against a global New World Order. I'm not a part of a secret society, no. Never were. No, I believe in God, and I have a personal relationship with the Lord, and I don't share religious ritualism with people because I myself am not religious. I abandoned the Catholic Church at the age of 11 when I realized the certain hypocrisies that were going on. Hi, Jeff. Dave, I shouldn't worry about owning a small bag of weed if you visit the meaning you're going to give me a small bag of weed when I get there. I'm not going to Britain. I'm not traveling to England. No. Like I said, I don't feel safe on a plane. Until I can build a Faraday cage over the auto navigation system in the plane, I won't be traveling by plane. But I'm here every night talking about the issues. That much I can guarantee. I was given a lot of tools. Yeah, I wasn't given a king's ransom like Trump. He was given tons of money and tons of credit. And when credit ran out in 2008, he borrowed from the Russians. And that's why he's got Russian connections, and that's why we need to prosecute him. He's not safe as our president. Let me give you an example. If we were to go to, if we were to get into the ground war that Trump is mapping out in Syria, and say those 1,500 troops right now encountered live fire from Russians who happened to be going after ISIS but ended up killing a few U.S. soldiers, it could trigger a U.S.-Russian attack on the ground. And this could completely elevate to a higher state of war. This can happen in days. Okay, now you're looking at possible war in Syria. We'll talk about this tomorrow. I really believe it's coming because Trump's primary agenda is to make this happen, to control that region for the global elitists, the World Bank. They want our military power to destroy Russia's. Now, that being said, the connection Trump has to Russia through the Russian mobs who are also connected to the Illuminati makes for a very interesting scenario. We could end up losing men on the field, and same with the Russians. And in the end, the money power elites win. They could finance both ends of this war and end up winning the territory either way, whether it's Russia or the U.S. that gets it. But what's really interesting is our country could lose because Trump has loose lips. And he's also shown that loose lips sink ships. We're looking at a serious situation where he's sending ships off to the North Korean peninsula, and he telegraphs what he's doing. And the military commanders are going, what the hell is going on? We can't defend our ships if this guy tells people where it is. Part of our nation's naval defense is to maintain stealth, even if it's no radar. Now, our enemies know overall where our ships are, but I doubt that North Korea has the ears in the ground that we have, or the satellite capacity that we have. So more likely they get it from the TV set, that they're watching American media to find out what Trump is doing. Trump really better stop this because it endangers our troops and our naval fleet. Why do we believe you at face value, not the President Trump? Trump has obviously lied about everything. He flip-flopped. I haven't flip-flopped on any issue except for one. When I first started, I said I wanted to reinstate the assault weapons ban, and a year later I reversed it as I realized we couldn't possibly implement an assault weapons ban. It's not possible. Trump is your CEO. He's not your president. He was selected. He didn't effectively win the race either. The Russian contamination of the election automatically negates the election. I don't think Hillary's the president either. I think that we have a faulty election and it needs to be completely overturned. And one of the reasons why things are ramping up internationally is because Trump is using this. I'm streaming the cast, yes, on YouTube. You know, I don't talk about weapons. I told you that. You can't even find MH370. I know it's gone. Trump is not inspired by me. He stole my ideas, much like a person steals, the pennies off a dead man's eyes. I mean, to make more money. He doesn't care about my ideas. He just wanted to use the great ideas to win the election. You don't understand the ethical barriers that he's crossed and violated? Trump is worthless as a president. He's actually causing our nation to be looked upon as a joke. His ideas are stupid because he doesn't have any ideas. He's stolen my ideas. The only ideas he has that are relevant are my ideas, and he can't implement them. But all of his ideas, like Mexico's going to pay for the wall, we're going to make sure of it. What kind of a moron would ask a country to pay for a wall that you're creating right next to their territory? I mean, it's absurd. What a moron! What a viper! What a scandalous, scurrilous viper Donald Trump is to ask Mexico to pay for our wall.
Now you're saying that I'm Alex Jones? There are a lot of people that are saying that the real Alex Jones is a performance actor, and I am clearly I look more like the real Alex Jones. Now, when you compare my face to the imposter Bill Hicks, you can see that the elitists have obviously put Bill Hicks in play to take me out of the loop. But I came back, and here I am, the real Alex Jones.
I'm just kidding. I'm really David Sponheim. But it's kind of funny how they lied to you about the death. This guy's dead. He's dead. He's gone. But this guy came in pretending to be Alex Jones right after they got rid of this guy. Any PhD at a university of psychology sending information to a local mental hospital is irrelevant to me. I have no mental problems whatsoever. Never did. And you can check my file, my background check, criminal history, everything. I'm clean. But what's interesting to me is you're attempting to disparage me by making statements like that. And that's a criminal prosecutable offense you're making. It's at least civil. It's defamation of character. I could charge you with a civil crime. I told you about that last night. You came in here alleging this statement. The PhD who attempts to do that will be sued. You cannot just make statements based on a TV show that somebody's mentally ill, based on watching a show, and then make it stick. Because number one, anybody who is mentally ill is clearly showing that he's a danger to himself or others. I have never done that. You can't even go down that road. Once you do, you're committing a civil crime of defamation of character. And I will pursue a legal action against him. Hey, just email the name of that professor to America's Third Party at gmail.com. I'd appreciate that. And I will sue the shit out of that guy. Starting with his entire department. And he'll lose his job. So go ahead and send me that information. I can't make money on Twitch. They already kicked me off Twitch. Apparently this guy, Capital Gain, doesn't like me, and he's a Trump supporter. He's a Trump tard. So he banned me from Twitch for no reason. And we fought the ban, and then they rebanned us again. The theme tonight was the show's over. Yeah. We had Freedom Friday. No, sorry, there is no proof of anything. And again, if you don't put that in writing to me and I can pass it off to my attorney, then you're committing an act of stalking and defamation of character. Twitch has a section, Alice. Hi, Alice. Twitch has a section called the IRL in real life. I don't do Bill Nye impressions because he's an absolute joke, okay? And I'm not Alex Jones. Twitch is owned by the Illuminati, essentially. They're just trying to stop me from getting access. Yeah, Brexit has a thing on the twitching scam. Yeah, let's... Phishing scams sweeping Gmail users is so realistic it's even baffling IT experts. Wow. The con is so convincing because it takes information from emails you've already sent or received and sends them onto your contacts. Ah, it's kind of an email bumper. The new email phishing scam has duped even IT experts. It's tricking millions of Gmail users world into handing hackers their passwords. Really? Okay, so watch out when you're signing in, especially on a tablet. You can't see the URL. That could be a very serious. Look, nobody's delusional and getting triggered. Like I said, you will be prosecuted if you keep this up. I'm not kidding either. So far, I have not failed. I'm successful. I'm worldwide now. I've received millions of viewers every night. We have a very strong show. Thank you, Super Dave. We have a very strong show. We have a lot of people who just are absolutely amazed at the information they gather from our show, because I am not, like I said, the professor, if he claims I'm mentally ill, have you send his information to me, because as it is right now, I have nothing to go on. If you keep making veiled statements and references to some nebulous professor without his name, I can't pursue a legal action. And I will pursue legal action ASAP against that son of a beep. You just posted a new video about the Amazon Echo look and the CIA with its connections to the intelligence community. Okay, Alice. You can post it here. Feel free to post your links here, Alice. Hey, thanks, 973. Yeah, the show's awesome. Look, I have an unparalleled ability to integrate information rapidly, and because of my decades of experience in recording, in the recording industry, of television and radio broadcasting, I have the ability to pull this into a show and make it happen. And because I have my own utilities here at my disposal, everybody wins, you know? And I don't need to charge you. It's free content for everybody, and it gives you guys fun stuff to talk about and interact in our show all the way into the evening. And best of all, we've been completely going up against the censorship of the mainstream media, which is a huge challenge, believe me. Our country is completely and utterly controlled. Thanks, Alice. And our media is completely and utterly controlled by these people who think that they have the key to our future. They are clueless. They have no idea where our future is going. I have a greater knowledge of where our future is going because of my intelligence. I'm going to give you the impersonation of your head getting flushed down the toilet here in just a second. Yeah. It's really kind of cool. The sound effects are really mind-bending. We aren't getting live viewers on Vaughn because Vaughn gets $75,000 a month to censor us. I can't believe you're even questioning this. Don't you watch the show? Haven't you heard me over the past 6 years? It's okay. I'm not giving you a hard time. This is the sound you'll hear when you had your head flushing. There it is. You feel cleaner now, right? Yeah. Yeah, share the link. It's already working worldwide, talking about a third party, talking about how this show has been stifled in a country that claims to be free and democratic. We're living in a completely upside down universe where everyone thinks that America is free and democratic. We're just as controlled as North Korea. In fact, we have more prisoners in our prison system than North Korea per capita. There's 2.3 people in the U.S. out of every 100 in our prisons. North Korea has 1 out of 100. Just research the stats. I can't spend my time pulling up a YouTube link for you. I can do, however, the unspeakable reality is I keep doing this every day, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. And if you're trying to threaten me or accuse me of being anything other than a good person, then you're going to be facing a lawsuit. I guarantee it. I can't stop, and you shouldn't stop either, so let's keep it up. Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Good Party.
Sponheim for president. Can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made 'em to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Straight to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head on collisions. We making sense with precision and good decisions. Causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, harder, piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Good Party.
Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop,
Okay, this concludes our regular broadcasting schedule. We will be playing videos all the way into the evening. Come out and watch, talk, share, get into arguments, have fun, interact. Consider this kind of a mini family, because we've got a lot of people that talk and interact in the evenings. It's a good workout to get up off the chair, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, Super Dave, what do you got? Something good? A lot of videos that people bring in, links, like Scissor Fight brings in links, and I post them. Truth Virus is coming up. Okay, I'm going to make sure all that stuff is ready to go. Even the Nigel Farage thing, that looks good.
North Korea versus the United States. The defense budget of North Korea is estimated to be $10 billion, or 15.8% of their GDP. The American defense budget is $664 billion, or 2.4% of their GDP. North Korea's total population is 24.7 million people, with a total of 10 million who are fit for service. 690,000 are active frontline personnel, and 4.5 million are active reserve personnel. This means that 21% of the whole country can be activated to fight at any time.